Oh, those alerts are gonna be behind for a while, aren't they? Hi, everyone. Oh, that's... frankly, a little overwhelming. How's everyone doing tonight? I hope you're all doing well. We might need a moment just for all the alerts to finally catch up to where we are. I was thinking originally I would start off the stream by reading out a list of everyone. Holy shit, that's a huge sub bomb. Okay, thank you, Liz. I was thinking I would start off the stream by reading out a list of all the people that had subscribed before today. But apparently the only ways you can get that list is by, like, requesting a CSV through email from Twitch. And that takes a while to process. And then I found a site that was like, oh, this generates a list of your subscribers, and it didn't. It doesn't work. So I guess I can't do that. But thank you to the 50-something of you that subscribed before my first stream after hitting affiliate. And there's a lot of people that have subscribed today, so I'm gonna read those off towards the end of the broadcast, I think. Just because I think it would be nice to get started sooner than later. That alert didn't say who subscribed, but thank you for whoever that was, I suppose. The mystery. Oh, holy shit, I just realized that was 50 subscribers that Shrimp Toast gave. That's a big one. That's a big number. So, a little bit of housekeeping stuff, you know, before we get started with the main event. As I'm sure you've been able to tell by this point, by the Xenoblade Chronicles birds in the corner, I've hit affiliate on Twitch. Which means, among other things, you have the ability to give me money on a monthly basis if you so choose. And as a reward, you get emotes. Right now it is one emote. It is literally just this picture of Heimlich from A Bug's Life. I hope you enjoy. That's all you have for now. More are in the works. I am in talks with some very, very talented art folks for more emotes. So hopefully those will be in soon. Twitch took a while to process this last one. But who knows? We'll see, I suppose. Some other things. As you've also noticed, I've set up a bunch of new alerts related to affiliate stuff. There's the sub alerts, there's stuff for gifts, stuff for bits, stuff like that, as I'm sure you have noticed. A lot of them have just placeholder stuff from now. One of them features some nice art from the extremely talented Duke of Ash, who is one of the mod team here. I don't remember which one it was. It's one of them. Maybe we'll find it eventually. I probably should have checked what it was beforehand, but you know how it is. I'm not good at planning things in advance. What else? As I have said on Twitter, this is my, I guess, sort of my first official stream, trying to do the whole full-time streaming thing. I have resigned from my current job for a lot of reasons, which I won't really go into. Basically what this means for you is I've got more time for streams and videos and other interesting things I can make that you can enjoy, and hopefully I can enjoy too. So we're gonna give that a shot for a while and see how that goes for us. So that'll be interesting. On that note, streams are gonna happen more regularly. I took like a 2-week break, which was originally only supposed to be a 1-week break, but then stuff happened as it did. But now I'm gonna try and go in more regularly if I can. For sure, dates are gonna be Saturday, Sunday, 1 p.m. EST for a couple of hours. I'll probably throw in another, like, guaranteed day somewhere else in the week, and then I'll just do, like, bonus streams whenever it feels like it, and we'll feel it out together. We'll see what works. We'll see what feels good. as this is now like something I'm using as like a source of income, any financial support absolutely not necessary. Greatly appreciated all the same. There are other ways you can support the stream other than just giving me money. There are things like sharing the stream with folks. I guess that's the one big one. That's the one that really matters, is just, you know, if you like what you see on the stream, why not let some other folks know. Let's see our little community grow a little bit. That'd be nice. You're gonna tell your mom. Okay. Good luck. I hope she understands what this means. Thank you. If you like what you see, begin chanting right now. That is an order. Awesome. I have the power to make you do anything now, and I hope you know that I'm not going to use it wisely at all. I set up a little bar for donations in the top of the screen, as I'm sure you've noticed. I have no idea if we're going to hit the $60 goal. I just kind of set that as... Pardon me. I just kind of set that as a random number. So we'll see. If you feel so enticed to bump up my soul level so that I can get my power high and defeat the evil bosses with an ancient longsword of fire, go ahead. Or don't. You're not obliged to, but it is appreciated. Also... Fuck, I keep forgetting that's my sound for subscriptions. That's a good sound. Also, this is gonna be the first part, I suppose, of my push for partner on Twitch. So, look forward to that. I suppose. There'll be more stuff in the works. I think that's all the pre-roll stuff I needed to get out. Dr. Synthesis, thank you for the gift subs. These alerts are gonna be behind for a while. I hope that's okay with everyone. We'll get through them eventually. I know we can. I should probably make them a bit faster next time, but I don't feel like finagling with that right now. So... Dark Souls. Dark Souls is a game that has been on my to-play list for a very long time, I'll admit. And for... Oh, that's a tip.
Awesome, I want to see birds dancing, please.
Well, there you go, Comet Puncher. Thank you for the 169, I appreciate it. So, Dark Souls, as I was saying, it's a game that's been on my to-play list for a long time. You know, as a lot of games are. It's one that I've been really, really interested in for a long time, but for a number of reasons, I haven't been able to get around to it. For, like, years, I didn't have a controller, so I wasn't able to play it, like, the right way, and then I didn't have a computer that was strong enough to run it, so I couldn't do that. And then by the time I finally got around to getting those things sorted, oh, Elfluffo, thank you for the host. By the time I finally got all those things sorted, I had to worry about things like school and job. Duck Tummy, thank you for the host, enjoy your power dog. You know, stuff like that tends to get in the way of things like video game. Oh, yeah, by the way, the bot telling you about symbols is because I set it up to, like, time people out for, like, spamming a lot of symbols. I should probably bump that limit up a little bit. That'll be done for next time. So just try and be mindful. The bot has an itchy trigger finger and is shooting to kill tonight. The goal? Oh. Oh, I guess we hit the goal, didn't we? I'm not going to bump up the goal. I'm going to leave it as is. My god, we haven't even got to the meat of it and we're already here. Okay, I see how it is. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it very much. I am, in fact, going to spend it on a hot dog. Maybe two. We'll see. So, the stars have finally aligned, and at long last, after years and years, I have the opportunity to play Dark Souls, the video game. And, as a matter of fact, something you may or may not know about me, I kind of live under a rock. I don't know what a lot of things are. And oh, Weaker, yeah, absolutely, go ahead. I'm gonna get to that at the end of the stream, but you can, mod team, feel free to shower people with thanks if you'd like. I just am trying to get through all the pre-roll stuff so we can get to the meat of the stream. I wasn't expecting this, I'll be honest. Hi, T-Kitten, thank you for the 40 shapes. So, as I was saying... Christ, what was I saying? I finally have the opportunity... Oh, right, the 25 subs from Official Google. Thank you so much, Liz. The opportunity has finally arisen for me to check out the Dark Soul, as it were. Give that a chance. But I know practically nothing about it. In a miraculous turn of events over all these years, I have absorbed and committed to memory little to no knowledge of this video game or the franchise as a whole. I know a lot of people like it. I know it's hard. I know that the gameplay is a little bit like Dark Soul, or rather like Monster Hunter. Of course it's like Dark Soul. It is Dark Soul. I know there's swords in it. I know you can cast a spell. There's a sad fireman. There's something called the Ceaseless Discharge, which is a bit yucky. There's a big worm, maybe two, maybe more. Stuff like that. I don't really know much about the series other than that, I'll be honest. So I'm gonna be going into this more or less blind. And so I was thinking to myself, going into things blind sometimes is scary, difficult, inadvisable. Sometimes it's important to get a little knowledge beforehand. Sometimes it's important to review exactly what it is you're going to be doing before you commit to it. So we're going to be doing a little bit of learning about Dark Souls today. Dark Souls is a 2011 action role-playing game developed by From Software and published by Namco Bandai Games, a spiritual successor to From Software's Demon's Souls. This game is the second installment in the Souls series. Dark Souls takes place in the fictional kingdom of Lordran, where players assume the role of a cursed undead character who begins a pilgrimage to discover the fate of their own kind. Folklore, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs, I appreciate it. A port for Microsoft Windows was released in August of 2012, which featured additional content not seen in the original PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 versions. In October of 2012, the new content was made downloadable for consoles under the subtitle Artorias of the Abyss. Dark Souls received critical acclaim, with many citing it as one of the greatest video games of all time. Critics praised the depth of its combat, intricate level design, and use of flavor text. However, the game's difficulty received mixed reviews, with some criticizing it for being too unforgiving. The original Windows version of the game was less well received, with criticism directed at numerous technical issues. By April of 2013, the game had sold over 2 million copies worldwide. The game saw 2 sequels released in the mid-2010s, with a remastered version, Dark Souls Remastered, released in 2018. Dark Souls is a third-person action role-playing game.
Oh god, if I feel shit, jettisons from Rocket.
Krungus, thank you for the $3 tip. I appreciate it. A core mechanic of the game is exploration. Players are encouraged by the game to proceed with caution, learn from past mistakes, or find alternative areas to explore. Dark Souls takes place in a large and continuous open-world environment, connected through a central hub area, Firelink Shrine. Thank you, Bad Poetry, for the 100 shapes. I appreciate it. I'll do my best. The player character can travel between areas and explore various paths at will, although prerequisites have to be met to unlock certain areas. A central element to the gameplay of Dark Souls is the bonfire. Bonfires are scattered throughout the world and serve as checkpoints for each level. By resting at a bonfire, the player character is healed to full and regains all of the healing charges of their Estus flask. They can also level up and perform other functions, such as attuning magic, repairing and upgrading equipment. However, resting at a bonfire respawns all of the world's enemies, except for bosses and friendly non-player characters. The player character's interaction with the world of Dark Souls includes a great deal of combat. Combat includes melee attacks, various forms of defensive maneuvering, and magical abilities. For melee attacks, player characters have access to a wide array of high fantasy, medieval-style weaponry, including swords, spears, maces, and more, as well as imaginary, fantastical weaponry, including magical swords, humongous great swords, and immense clubs. For defense, players have access to shields, armor, dodge rolling, and parrying. For magic, which includes a wide variety of offensive and defensive abilities, known as sorceries, miracles, and pyromancies, player characters do not use any form of mana, as in most other conventional fantasy RPGs. Instead, they gain a discrete number of uses for each attuned spell when resting at a bonfire. These various forms of combat all have trade-offs, variations, and in-game costs associated with them, and they can all be buffed or altered in some fashion through leveling, smithing. Oh,
No shit agree.
thank you, Friendly Frankenstein, for the $5 tip and the bird. Please enjoy your bird. Where was I? I'll be buffed or altered in some fashion through leveling, smithing, consumable items, magical rings, and new equipment. Another aspect of Dark Souls is the humanity system. There are two forms the player character can be in during the game: human form or hollow form. That's the form I'm in all the time. Do you get it? Because that's like my name on the... Whenever the player character dies in human form, they are returned to hollow form and can only have their humanity restored by consuming an item. The player character must be in human form to summon other players. While in human form, however, the player may be subject to invasions by other players and non-player characters, or NPCs, who seek to kill the player to restore their humanity, harvest souls, or achieve some other goal. Humanity can be acquired in many ways, and if no humanity is available, players are still able to progress in hollow form. Death, whether in human or hollow form, results in the loss of all carried souls and humanity, but players revive as hollows at their most recent bonfire, with one chance at returning to where they died to recover all lost souls and humanity. Shinshine, thank you for the host. I hope you appreciate your power dog. If the player dies before reaching their bloodstain, the souls and humanity they previously accrued are permanently lost. Communication and interaction between players are deliberately restricted, outside of 5 stock phrases, which can only be used after acquiring carving in the game's DLC, and character gestures. Did I say gestures or gestures? I'm not sure. T-Kitten16, thank you for the 5 delicious shapes. Hang on, let me zoom into where it was. It says it right here. And character gestures. The only other communication players have with one another come by way of orange soapstone, which allows players to write limited messages that can be read by others in the same area. Also, players can enter cooperative or player versus player multiplayer combat with each other. Maria Clocktower, thank you very much for the 69 shapes. I know that number, that's a good one. Notifications are slow. They're catching up. Sam Kaiser with the $15 tip. Thank you, Sam, but it's not my birthday. That's in September. That's a while off. Throughout the game, there are multiple NPCs that the player may encounter on their journey. These characters add to the plot of the game, but are not essential. Striking Earth, thank you for the host. Enjoy your power dog. If the player does choose to engage with them, some of the characters can assist the player by being able to be summoned for certain boss fights when the player character is in human form. Synopsis. Dark Souls employs minimal storytelling. Oh. Thank you, Eroki, for the 5 subs. That was a while ago, but I appreciate it all the same. The notifications are finally catching up. Am I a Virgo or a Libra? None of that's real, but I'm a Virgo. Dark Souls employs minimalist storytelling to convey its plot and lore. Historical events in its world and their significance are often implicit or left to player interpretation rather than being fully shown or explained. Most of the oh, there we go! That was it! It was for $20 tip or above. Thank you, Ludovision8, for the $20 tip. I appreciate it. That was the alert that was animated by the wonderful Duke of Ash. Is the dance. Most of the story is given to the player through dialogue from non-player characters within the game, flavor text from items, and world design. That's a big one!
Well, about finished stream over.
That's not how the bar works, but thank you, Richard, very much for the $60 tip. That is obscenely generous, and I appreciate it very much. I don't know, guys, do you think I should read the plot? That's kind of a spoiler. You think I should skip over that bit? Or do you think we should power through it? I'm seeing a lot of skips. Okay. We're gonna skip the story. Bugs is tip $10. Thank you, Bugs. I saw some bugs outside today. They were pretty cool. And I like to think that's the bugs that are giving me the tip. Thank you very much. Development. Dark Souls. Oh, that's another tip. Okay.
Also barrel.
Thank you, Sam, for the $3.69 tip. Barrel. I gotta play more Sophie soon. That game's gonna be coming back on the regular rotation. Dark Souls was developed by From Software, with series creator Hidetaka Miyazaki directing and producing. Dark Souls is a spiritual successor to From Software's cult classic previous game, Demon's Souls, which was, in turn, a spiritual successor to From's earlier King's Field series.
Yes, watch those birds go.
Fuck yeah, thank you Yepsy for the $3 tip. These birds are just for you. No one else is allowed to see those ones. Please close your eyes. Thank you! Okay, you can open them again. Oh, Fish for Brain, that's a good name, thank you for the follow. However, Demon's Souls was published by Sony, and Dark Souls by Bandai Namco. This transfer... Thank you, Ominashi, for the host. Please enjoy your power dog. This transfer meant that intellectual property rights prevented From Software from making a sequel.
Holly's chick power.
Thank you, Shinshine, for the 169 tip. I have an awful power now and I need you to be careful. Please. Please. Yowdy howdy with a $5 tip.
Trans rights.
Fuck yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. After 2 years of development, and hopefully it will have been worth the wait, Dark Souls was released with numerous similarities such as the gameplay, online multiplayer, and plot presentation, and differences such as a connected world and new characters in a distinct universe and storyline from its predecessor. The design and development process itself involved a guided, free-form approach, with Miyazaki steering designers while allowing them latitude for creativity.
I'm throwing a little tip in here just to hear Dr. Sex.
Dr. Sex. Thank you, Action Shakespeare, for the $2.69 tip.
The design ordering process for Dark Souls can be divided into 2 main categories. The first involves providing the designers with simple keywords we brainstormed during the early stages of project development, and allowing them to design freely.
It's 8 AM in Australia and I'm supposed to be working from home, but fuck work, it's time for Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Dunk, for the $1.01 tip. I appreciate it, but also please don't get fired. Be careful. Srarlight with a $5 tip, thank you.
We take the images they produce and provide feedback, make adjustments as necessary, or incorporate their ideas into our plans. The second process comes into play once we've settled on the basic details of the game world.
I should have been the one to fill your Dark Soul review.
Thank you, Lavender Sheeps, for the $1.69 tip.
At that point, we are able to make more detailed design requests. These requests... No Smirky, thank you for the host. Enjoy your power dog. These requests usually include information like how the design will be used, where in the game the designs will be used, and the specific purpose of the design in terms of what it'll represent in the game. Either way, I am the one who hands out the orders, and I work directly with each designer, instead of having a middleman between us.
Goblin Crimes, thank you for the subscription. Miyazaki stated that the game draws direct inspiration from earlier works of fantasy and dark fantasy, especially the manga series Berserk. He's described the driving aesthetic principle of the game as being a
certain kind of refinement, elegance, and dignity.
Haha, funny number.
Yo, that big $6.90 tip from the real Hatsune Miku. Thank you very much for the tip, I appreciate it. I can't believe a star is watching my stream. I can't believe all of you are stars watching my stream. And there's a Flat Eric!
It's Flat Eric.
Rare Underwater Fish, thank you for the $1 tip on the Flat Eric for everyone to enjoy. He also described the themes which guided the design of the game in the following way.
I put 3 major guidelines in place. Gods and knights centered around Anor Londo, demonic chaos and flames centered around Lost Izalith, and the theme of death centered around Gravelord Nido.
Gamers make some noise.
Raspberries, thank you for the $5 tip.
To these themes, we added the special concept of ancient dragons that predate all life, and this formed the basis for Dark Souls.
The characters and world of Dark Souls contain many philosophical and folkloric parallels among Greek mythology, Japanese mythology, French existentialism, and the work of proto-existentialist philosophers like Friedrich Nietzsche. Dark Souls' description of natural cycles that the world experiences, and the designs of some individual characters, parallel Japanese and Greek myths. The game's presentation of a universe defined by the inevitable burning out of a flame, and the tragic stories of the individuals in that meaningless world, parallel ideas in the schools of philosophy concerning existentialism, absurdity, meaninglessness, and the end of the universe. Many of the game's locations were directly inspired by real-world locations, such as the Château de Chambord in France and Milan Cathedral in Italy. Game director and producer Hidetaka Miyazaki modeled various places in the game after real-world locations, as you can see here. Very interesting. This will be on the test, so please don't forget this. The game was first released for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 in Japan on September 22nd, 2011, and in Western regions in October 2011. Following the game's success, many expressed their hope for a PC version. Chairman Stein, thank you for the $5 tip.
Bird time, bird time, bird time.
It's bird time. In early 2012, fans started a petition to bring Dark Souls to PC, with over 93,000 people signing. That's a lot of people. A PC version of the game was confirmed in April 2012 via German magazine PC Action. I don't think that's how you pronounce action in German, but I'm not going to try. It has been reported during the development process that From Software had been having difficulty with the port due to inexperience with PC as a platform, and were focusing on new content rather than optimization. Rebranded as the Prepare to Die edition, it came out in August of 2012, and featured new content, including bosses, enemies, equipment, and NPCs. The new content, subtitled Artorias of the Abyss, was also released for consoles in October of 2012, in the form of downloadable content, or DLC. Soon after, it was announced that Dark Souls for PC would use Games for Windows Live, for online play and DRM, spurring fan backlash. Okay, the alert doesn't want to show me who that subscription was, but thank you all the same for the subscription, I appreciate it. You're a ghost now? Use your ghost power wisely. Stay safe. I love you.
Haha, nice.
Quab XL? I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you so much for the $1.69 tip. Nice! The PC version was released on August 23rd of 2012. Alright, that was another big sub bomb from official Google. Thank you, Liz, for that one. That was big! A user-created mod to circumvent the resolution cap, named DS Fix, appeared shortly after release. DS Fix was later extended to become an unofficial fan-made patch, which additionally allowed graphical improvements, raising the frame rate cap to 60, and allowing installation of custom texture mods. On December 15th of 2014, Games for Windows Live was removed from the Steam version and replaced by Steamworks. The ability to transfer both achievements and save data was provided. In April of 2016, Dark Souls became available on Xbox One via backwards compatibility. Reception. Dark Souls received positive reviews from critics upon its release. One of the reviewers for Dark Souls described it as... Oh?
Spoiler, Bonnie's soul is right, actually.
Thank you, Goobu, for the $1 tip. I hope to prove you wrong someday. One of the reviewers for Dark Souls described it as...
a very hardcore dark fantasy role-playing game.
I'm blown away.
Thank you, Dual Mike, for the $10 tip.
that is,
Role-playing right down to the roots.
and stated that the
Massive field map and powerful enemies serve to rev up both your sense of adventure and your sense of dread.
Another reviewer said that
The sheer happiness you get after the trial and error pays off, and you overcome the challenge, is absolutely impossible to replicate.
GameSpot scored Dark Souls a 9.5 out of 10. Much praise was given to the online system, as well as the sense of jubilation felt when conquering boss fights after numerous failed attempts. They also suggested that casual gamers may struggle to progress, whereas role-playing game enthusiasts will thrive on the difficulty. IGN gave Dark Souls a 9.0 out of 10, praising the well-thought-out level design.
Dark Souls Beat is a 2011 action role-playing game developed by From Software and published by Namco Bandai Games, a spiritual successor to From Software's Demon's Souls. The game is the second installment in the Souls series. Dark Souls takes place in the
Thank you, Lucy, for the tip. I appreciate it. Just in case people missed the beginning, there's a refresher for you. Where was I? Praising the well-thought-out level design, variety, strong emphasis on online features, excessively dark tone and atmosphere, and deep gameplay. While praising the extreme difficulty,
It's so cool to see how big this stream's not only but also funny birds. Bird time. No matter how big this stream gets, I will donate to see the funny birds. I must see them dance. Delicious.
thank you, Pimeo Chip, for the tip. I appreciate it. The birds will always be here for you. Some of the alerts might be placeholders, but I gotta keep the birds at this point. I gotta.
Consume the item.
Consume. Thank you, Julius Mode, for the $10 tip. Oh shit, where was I? While praising the extreme difficulty, they stated that
There's a difference between punishing and downright unfair. Lucy Clapberry, thank you so much for the host. Enjoy your power dog.
Eurogamer gave Dark Souls 9 out of 10, praising the level design and atmosphere while noting that the game's difficulty might not appeal to casual gamers. Japanese publication Famitsu gave it a score of 37 out of 40. Jason Killingsworth wrote a response to Thompson's review for Edge, arguing that the game's vertigo-inducing breadth makes it the gaming equivalent of a marathon. Killingsworth praised the game's length and addictive nature. Edge later retroactively awarded the game 10 out of 10 in their October 2013 20th anniversary issue. Junie with the $5 tip.
I laughed so hard I spilled my cake. I'm loving this so much.
I'm sorry to hear that, but also thank you for the $5 tip. I appreciate it. Maria Clock Tower with the one delicious shape. Thank you so much. Stating that over time the breadth and quality of the game's design had overruled complaints about its difficulty. Ben Yahtzee Croshaw of Zero Public Punctuation praised Dark Souls for its deep gameplay and immersive atmosphere, but was disappointed with the late game bosses and criticized the difficulty of getting into the game. Glitchlich with the 5 awesome shapes, thank you so much. Saying that it would be a critical factor in turning new players off. He later named it the most historically significant game of the 2010s. Now that
Now that every other game seeks to ape it and the media calls every milk float
Wario. Thank you, Joyous Techno Shrine, with a $1.32 tip. Stan Gwendolyn, by the way. Where was I?
Now that every other game seeks to ape it and the media calls every milk float with a slightly stiff brake pedal the Dark Souls of commercial transportation, Crushaw praised it for reminding us that games are games, as opposed to cinematic experiences like Uncharted with their own strengths, depth of exploration and discovery, the satisfaction of overcoming meaty challenges.
Namco Bandai's yearly financial report stated that the game sold 1.19 million units in the United States and Europe by March of 2012. From Software announced in April of 2013 that the game had sold 2.37 million units worldwide. I need a drink! PC version. In GameSpy's review, the port was referred to as shabby, citing the game's limit of 30 frames per second.
Dr. Sex.
Dr. Sex. Thank you for the $1.69 tip, Dr. Sex. It's an honor to have you here. Citing the game's frame limit of 30 frames per second, poor mouse and keyboard controls, and non-adjustable resolution.
This should push you to $200.
Andrew, thank you for the $7.69 tip. I haven't been looking at what the bar is at right now because I'm very scared to look at it, I'll be honest, so I'm not going to do it. I'll look at it at the end and faint or something. But the expanded content was praised, giving the game an overall favorable review. Eurogamer also commented on the quality of the port, stating,
Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition does not come with the technical options you would expect from a well-engineered PC game because it's a port of a console game, and that's all From Software ever promised to deliver. Anyone who passes up Dark Souls for this reason is cutting off their nose to spite the neckbeard of a face.
One of the producers of Dark Souls 2, Takeshi Miyazoe, responded to the criticism of the PC version by saying,
This is going to sound bad, but our main priority was to get the game onto the PC as fast as possible, because people wanted it on the PC. The PC market in Japan is so minimal that originally there was no plans to make it on the system, but with the strong petition from the North American and European fans, even with the lack of experience of working on a PC platform, we still did our best to try and get it out as fast as possible.
Trans rights for you, trans rights for me, trans rights for everybody.
Thank you, Caffeinated Raccoon, for the $1.69 tip. I need to belch, excuse me.
Pardon me. Oh gosh. Murdoch Pickles, thank you for the host.
The problems were expected to a certain extent. We did know there were PC-specific features like key mapping and use of the mouse and keyboard, high resolution and higher frame rate, stuff like that, but it's not that we ignored it, Whipscorpion with a $5 tip.
I heard you like birds, so let me suggest a very good one. Paradise Crane.
Fuck yeah. Himbofication with the $1.69 tip, thank you very much.
It's not that we ignored it, but it would have taken too much time for us to implement it, test it, and get it up to the level people expected. It was more of a publisher decision to say, guys, don't worry about this. Let's just get it out and see how this works on PC.
Awards. Game Revolution gave Dark Souls the Community Choice Game of the Year award. Ink Gamers also gave it the Game of the Year award. Q Games, Dylan Cuthbert, and Double Fine Productions' Brad Muir chose Dark Souls the Game of the Year. Electronic Gaming Monthly's Eric L. Patterson chose the Game of the Year. Game Trailers gave the game Best Role-Playing Game award, while also nominating for the Best Multiplayer Game, Best Trailer, and Game of the Year awards. GameZone gave the game Best Action Adventure award and chose it as the runner-up for the Best RPG award. The Daily Telegraph gave the game Best Integration of Online Features award, nominated for the award Best Director Hidetaka Miyazaki, Best Level Design, Best Sound Design, Best Original Score, Best Developer.
Videos game.
Thank you, Breakbeat Bun, for the $5.69 tip. I appreciate it. And Game of the Year. Team Xbox gave it honorable mention in the run-up for Best RPG Award. OneUp.com gave it the Most Rewarding Game Award. Game Informer gave it the award for Best Boss Fight, Seif. It also received the Best Boss Fights awards for GameSpot, including both the Editor's Choice and Reader's Choice awards. Famitsu gave the award of excellence in its 2012 awards ceremony. At the 15th Annual Interactive Achievements Awards, now known as the DICE Awards, Dark Souls was nominated for the Role-Playing Multiplayer Game of the Year. In 2013, Digital Spy named Dark Souls the best game of the 7th console generation. In 2014, Edge Magazine named Dark Souls the best game of the 7th generation of game consoles, noting that while some initially may tire of it,
We've yet to meet a single player for whom persistence has not been enough to transform apathy into all-consuming love.
Thank you, QuabXL, again for the $1 tip. I appreciate it. In September 2015, Dark Souls topped the magazine's special issue of the 100 Greatest Video Games. In 2015, the game placed Games Radar's the 100 Best Games Ever list. The game was also put in US Gamers' the best 15 games in 2000 list. The game was titled the best RPG on PC by Rock Paper Shotgun. In 2016, Dark Souls placed 5th on PC Gamer's best RPGs of all time list.
Legacy.
Dark Souls is often considered to be among the best games ever made, with multiple citations. Due to its design and philosophy, it is often cited as an essential instance of video games as an art form, with multiple citations. It is also considered one of the most influential video games of its generation. In 2019, GameSpot named it one of the most influential games of the 21st century. Games cited to have been influenced by Dark Souls include Destiny, Alienation, Lords of the Fallen, Salt and Sanctuary, Shovel Knight, Titan Souls, Enter the Gungeon, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, Nioh, God of War, Journey, and Zombie U. Basil Bug with a $5 tip.
I just need to hear the bot say this. Pee pee poo poo.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your pee-pee poo-poo. As well as features used on the PlayStation 4 console. Dark Souls. Oh, that's a big tip. $34.20.
Apologies that skulls kick ass.
Gravelord Nito. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for the tip. I can't wait to kill you. Dark Souls was also cited as an inspiration for the television show Stranger Things.
Just like seeing the cute birds. Also tell chat to play Heart of the Woods. Also Dr. Sex. Also the AALSL.
Hey chat, this is the greatest goddamn visual novel ever made, and it's my favorite piece of writing that I've read in a long time, and you should buy it right now. It's on sale. It's really fucking good. Go buy Heart of the Woods. Sequels. A sequel, Dark Souls 2, was announced at the Spike Video Game Awards on December 10th. Face full of bugs, thank you for gifting that subscription. A sequel, Dark Souls 2, was announced at the Spike Video Game Awards on December 7th of 2012, for release on the PlayStation 3, the Xbox 360, and Microsoft Windows. Amid rumors of a possible decrease in the difficulty of the series, due to comments made by the new director to Edge, Brian Hong, global brand manager of Namco Bandai Games America, stated that Dark Souls 2 would be
viciously hard.
Dark Souls 2 was released in early 2014. An updated version of it, subtitled Scholar of the First Sin, was released in 2015 for the same platforms as well as the Xbox One and PlayStation 4. The third installment of the series, Dark Souls 3, was released in early 2016. Hidetaka Miyazaki would be, once again, the director of Dark Souls 2. I don't know if that's a duplicate, or if you really just tipped another tip, but thank you very much either way, Gravelord Nito. Video chess with a 555.
Dear Miss Dark Soul, please take this, Soulage. In exchange, I would like to see the birds. Thank you.
I have a drink of the energy and I have a power now! Hidetaka Miyazaki would be once again the director of Dark Souls 3 after finishing work in Bloodborne. This time, we could see new mechanics and improvements in the gameplay. Dark Souls Remastered. A remastered version of the game, titled Dark Souls Remastered, was released worldwide for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Windows in May of 2018, and for the Nintendo Switch on October 19th of 2018. The remaster was ported by the Polish studio QLOC, whereas the Switch version was ported by the Singaporean studio Virtuos. The game runs at a native 60 frames per second on all platforms except the Nintendo Switch, and supports a 4K resolution on the PlayStation 4 Pro, Xbox One X, and Windows. Several changes were made to the online multiplayer, including the addition of dedicated servers, the maximum number of players online increased from 4 to 6, and the addition of password matchmaking, first introduced in Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls Remastered received generally favorable reviews from critics, according to review aggregator Metacritic. Critics praised the improved visuals and performance, while criticism was directed towards the lack of effective anti-cheat system, and PC version's price despite few significant changes. Comment Puncher with the 169.
I left to get a drink. Can you start over?
Dark Souls is a 2011 action role-playing game developed by From Software and published by Namco Bandai Games. I'm completely fucking with you. Could you believe it, though? Would you believe it if I did that? I am completely fucking with you. It sold 71,739 copies in Japan during the week of its release, making it the best-selling game in the country at the time.
Holly, more like by golly, you sure make me jolly with this stream.
Chairman Stein, thank you for the $1 tip. I appreciate it. References. You can read those references on your own time. If you so choose, you may read them as you like. So, that was very interesting. I feel like I've learned a lot, and I feel like I'm much better prepared to take on the series now, with the first game, Dark Souls Remastered, on the PC. But now I have to say, I'm curious to know more about the rest of the series.
Hey, check this bird out, pretty cool. Well, guess what he is saying? That's what the birds are saying, okay? Do you read me? Am I coming through loud and clear?
Thank you very much for the tip, I appreciate it. An official Blue Girl with the 6 shapes! Souls. From Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. For the fighting game series, see Soul Calibur. Souls, Soru, is a series of action role-playing games developed by From Software. The series began with the release of Demon's Souls for the PlayStation 3 in 2009. Yepsy with the $5 tip.
I have an exam later and it's 1 a.m. and here I am watching you. Please take my humble donation on.
I appreciate the tip very much. Please make sure you get some sleep and good luck on your exam.
Milk float.
Cave gift, there will be no milk today, but thank you so much. Mira, I will definitely play Soul Calibur with you someday. I do own the game. I own Soul Calibur 6. I just need to install it. Old Man Henderson with the $6.90 tip.
I would donate more by my grandkids took my credit card. Fuck them kids. Also nice.
Nice. Thank you. The series began with the release of Demon's Souls for the PlayStation 3 in 2009 and was followed by Dark Souls and its sequels Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3 in the 2010s. The series creator Hidetaka Miyazaki served as director for each of them with the exception of Dark Souls 2. Spiders Manifested with the $3 tip.
A few weeks ago I was possessed by the spirit of Wikipedia and read out the entire Wikipedia article, the Wikipedia article on Wikipedia, to my mom. It took over an hour and to her credit she stayed for the whole thing.
Thank you very much for the tip! And Resev with the 169.
This is the Dark Souls of Dark Souls. Holly, watch out.
Oh shit, I gotta be careful. The Souls games are played in a third-person perspective and focus on exploring interconnected environments while fighting enemies with weapons and magic. Players battle bosses to progress through the story while interacting with strange, non-playable characters. The series has been both praised and criticized for its high level of game difficulty. Other From Software games, such as King's Field, Bloodborne, Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, and Elden Ring.
This is exactly like Dungeons of Dreadmore.
Eddie Maru with the $10 tip, thank you so much. This is basically Dungeons of Dreadmore, but different. Share several related concepts. As of 2020, the series has sold over 27 million copies. Ability Bits with the 169.
Dark Souls makes you smarter.
I feel like it's making me a lot smarter. Thank you very much for the tip, I appreciate it. The game takes place within a dark medieval fantasy setting where the player's character fights against knights, dragons, phantoms, and demons, and other entities monstrous or supernatural. The accretion, loss, and recovery of souls is central to the narrative and gameplay of Souls games. Another recurring motif is that of a once powerful and prosperous kingdom which has fallen into ruin. For example, the setting of Demon's Souls, Boletaria, Ziplomatic with the one amazing shape, in which the player attempts to halt the spread of a demon-infested fog that threatens to consume the world. Oh, you know, we just love to see a kingdom in ruin. The plot of the Dark Souls trilogy differs in that it revolves around the player's attempts, through various means, to either reverse or perpetuate the spread of a curse of undeath known as the Dark Sign, which prevents true death but prompts the undead's gradual descent into a madness and decay known as hollowing. based on the player's decisions. These games are linked through their setting and an overarching cyclic narrative centering around fire, and are linked to their predecessor, Demon Souls, through common themes and elements including interaction with phantoms, that's an elephant falling over, and battles with demons. At the end of each game, Krusty Clarinet with the $4.47 tip, thank you so much, Jay, I appreciate it. At the end of each game, characters may reignite
The first flame.
or allow it to fade, recurring a choice others have made before, which eventually becomes a plot point in itself. Oh, we love a game with cycles, we do.
My daughter told me to watch this stream and I'm not sure why she would watch someone with such a potty mouth.
Abomination Zero, thank you for the 111 tits! Shapes! Super Stubbo, thank you for the subscription. I don't know why I said tits. I need help. The protagonist of each Souls game can have a varying gender, appearance, name, and starting class. Thank you, Warren Waters, for the 10 awesome shapes and the Dark Soul via a character creation. Players can choose between classes including knights, barbarians, thieves, and mages. Each class has its own starting equipment and abilities that can be tailored to the player's experience and choices as they progress. The player gains souls from gameplay battles, which act as both experience points to level up and as currency to buy items. Oh, we do love a good gameplay battle, don't we? We'll get to those soon. I promise. Souls gained are usually proportional to the difficulty of fighting certain enemies. Spaghetto Depressi with a $10 tip.
Dark Sun Gwendolyn transed my gender and thus I have no choice but to study.
We are morally obliged and have no other choice but to stand Gwendolyn. Thank you very much for the tip. I lost my place. Each class has its own starting equipment and abilities that can be tailored to the player's experience and choices as they progress. I'm going to use my mouse to guide where I'm reading so I don't lose my place again. Eve Excelsior!
I just want to see the birds die small. Please, birds. Please.
Thank you for the $6.90 tip. Enjoy the birds. I read the part about gameplay battles. That's right. The more difficult an enemy, the more souls the player will gain. One of the core mechanics of the series is that it uses death to teach players how to react in hostile environments, just like real life. The Melon Lad with the $5 tip.
I heard you like birds. Please check out the Anne Cleaner. It's native and only found on my home island of Okinawa and is basically the Japanese version of the kiwi. It's an at-risk species and it's not very well known.
That's a good fucking bird. Rotsbren with the 50 shapes. Thank you very much. That's a dog. Dog is basically a shape. Look at this bird! Whoa, this man's going! Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I've been blessed today. Cat to Lemaire. Thank you for the $5.51 tip. I have forgotten where I was. Here. One of the core mechanics of the series is that it uses death to teach players how to react in hostile environments, just like in real life. Gravelord Nito with the 169.
I'm sorry, I thought my first donation didn't go through. DC, my internet's hiccuped, but it's okay, you can keep it.
Thank you very much, Gravelord Nito. I appreciate it. I'm gonna feel bad about hunting you down now. Encouraging repetition, learning from past mistakes and prior experience is a means of overcoming its difficulty. Upon losing all their health points and dying, players lose their souls and are teleported back to a bonfire where they are last rested, which serves as a checkpoint. One chance is given to the player to recover their lost souls in the form of a blood stain, which is placed at or around where they last died. If the player dies again before reaching their blood stain,
give me warm, give me soft.
thank you, Scribblesis, for the Pump-a-Rum $1 tip. I appreciate it. The souls are permanently gone. Spider-Manfred at the 169.
My other donation and the thing I sent didn't show up. Anyways, I forgot to make it the sex number last time, so here.
Thank you, I appreciate it. As most enemies are respawn following player death, or if the player is to rest at a bonfire, the player has the opportunity to regain more souls by repeated combat encounters.
Grinding!
The bonfire is a type of campfire in the action role-playing game Dark Souls and its sequels that functions as a checkpoint for the player character's progress, as well as reviving most enemies that the player has previously killed. Later in the game, and in Dark Souls 2 and 3, they function as warp points. Another core aspect of the Souls games is dependency on endurance in battle. Performing attacks, blocking, or dodging consumes stamina, which otherwise quickly restores if the player stands still or just walks around. Certain moves cannot be executed if the player lacks a certain amount of stamina, making them vulnerable to attack. Players must balance the rate of attacks against defensive moves and brief periods of rest to survive more difficult encounters. Online interaction in the Souls games is integrated into the single-player experience. Throughout levels, players can briefly see the actions of other players as ghosts in the same area. Yo, this game is haunted? I don't know about this, I'm kind of scared now. In the same area that may show hidden passages or switches. When a player dies, a bloodstain can be left in other players' game worlds that, when activated, can show a ghost playing out their final moments, indicating how that person died and potentially helping the player avoid the same fate in advance. Players can leave messages on the ground that can either help players by providing hints and warnings,
Or harm players.
Imagine liking video games. I am here for the education and the builds. Thank you, Holly, for bringing culture to everyone.
Thank you very much for the tip, I appreciate it. We're all going to learn today.
Harm players by leaving false hints.
Players can also engage in both player versus player combat and cooperative gameplay using invasions or summoning mechanics. Games. Gragnak, thank you very much for the subscription. I don't know how I read that one above all the others. Congrats, you've been chosen. For what, I could never tell you. Demon Souls. Main article, Demon Souls. Nah. Thank you, Lonely Mentality, for the $4.20 tip. Released in 2009 for the PlayStation 3, Demon Souls is the first game in the Souls series. It's also been described as a spiritual successor to the King's Field series of games, while at the same time being described as a separate entity guided by differing core game design concepts. It also drew inspiration from video games such as Ico, The Legend of Zelda, and Super Mario 64. Q with the $1 tip.
I absolutely love this stream.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it! As well as manga such as Berserk, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and you. Demon Souls takes place in the fictional kingdom of Boletaria, which is being ravaged by a cursed fog that brings forth demons who feast on the souls of mortals. Unlike its successors, Demon Souls uses a central hub system known as the Nexus, where players can level up, repair equipment, or buy certain items before venturing into one of 5 connected worlds.
Dr. Souls.
Tafini with the $1.69 tip. Dr. Souls. Thank you very much, I appreciate it. Where was I? Oh, before venturing into one of the 5 connected worlds. Lonely Mentality with the 50 awesome shapes, thank you so much. The World Tendency feature is also exclusive to Demon Souls, where the difficulty of exploring a world is depending on how many bosses have been killed, and how the player dies. Extremely Lori with the $1.69 tip.
Hello, Holly. As agreed in our contract, here is promised currency.
Then the bargain is struck and the contract is sealed.
The World Tendency feature is also exclusive to Demon Souls, where the difficulty of exploring a world is dependent on how many bosses.
I have these.
Oh, that's a lot! That's a big one! Thank you, Old Man Henderson, with the 10,000 bits! The 25 bits from Maria Clock Tower? More like fart shits, what were they thinking? Where was I? The gameplay involved. Okay, Excelsior with the $6.90.
See the pictures of animals.
No, that's private. No. The gameplay involves a character creation system and emphasizes gathering loot through combat with enemies in non-linear series of varied locations.
The very opposite of life.
Thank you, Sharkwaves, for the $5.69. I appreciate it. It had an online multiplayer system integrated into single player in which players could leave messages and warnings for other players' worlds, as well as joining other players to assist and or kill them. The multiplayer... Oh.
Consume the schnapps for more power.
Thank you, Chairman Stein, for the 300 shapes.
Oh yeah!
I feel a power when I get a shape, any day. I think I read all that sentence, something about killing them. The multiplayer servers were shut down in early 2018 due to inactivity. Dark Souls. We covered most of this, so I'll just give this a quick one. Dark Souls is the second game in the Souls series, and considered a spiritual successor to Demon Souls from software on the crap game similar to Demon Souls, but the exclusive IP that the Sony prevented them from using the same name or other platforms. Instead, From Software created new intellectual property to be published on multiple consoles. It was released in 2011, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360. Lonely Mentality with the 100 shapes, thank you. I missed what that message was, and I'm very sorry, but I'm a little far behind on the alerts to be able to see what that was. 24 shapes from official Google. The next bird you have to see is the Andean cock of the rock.
Holy fuck, look at this guy! Look at this guy!
Oh, that's a good bird! Oh, Warren Waters with the 25 shapes. Bearer of the curse, seek lest. That's from one of the other ones, not this one. It was released in 2011 for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. In 2012, Dark Souls Predator Edition released from Microsoft Windows, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360, featuring the base game, Notorious Abyss, downloadable content. The game takes place in Official Kingdom of Lordon. Players assume the role of the cursed human characters as they become ready undead humans like themselves. Plot of Dark Souls primarily told through environmental details and game flavor text and dialogue with non-playable characters. Players must piece together clues to understand the story rather than being told the story through more traditional means, such as through cutscenes. Dark Souls and predecessor to Demon Souls garnered recognition in the series' high-level difficulty. Remastered, the game Dark Souls Remastered was released on May 2018. Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 is the third installment of the Souls series. Unlike the previous two games, director Hidetaka Miyazaki, and that's a $5 tip from Fogsland.
It sucks, but my IQ is increasing.
It sucks, but my IQ is increasing so much. I love that drill tweet. Unlike the previous two games, director Hidetaka Miyazaki did not reprise his roles. He was busy directing Bloodborne, although he was still involved in supervision. It was released in 2014 for Microsoft Windows, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360. In 2015, an updated version featuring the Lost Crowns downloadable content was released for Windows, PS3, Xbox 360, PS4, and Xbox One.
Only if I got cross.
Bigwin, thank you for the $1 tip. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the gamer dance. Under the title Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin, with the latter two platforms receiving retail releases, the game takes place in the fictional kingdom of Drangleic, where the player must find a cure for the undead curse. Although set in the same universe as the previous game, there is no direct story connection to Dark Souls. Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3 was announced at E3 of 2015. It was released in Japan on March 24th of 2016. That's a Dracula! That's a Dracula I'm seeing. Okay, that's a Dracula. Smug Ladies with the $4.20 tip.
This game is pretty scary, so watch out.
I'm a little bit scared of that Dracula, so thank you so much for showing it to me. I'm prepared now. I'm ready. I've got it in my brain, and I've got a power brain, and I can take on all ghosts and ghouls and Draculas.
Yo, Polly, you got to know about the Dark Souls 2 cheddar coffin. It's pretty hot.
Avianite, thank you for the $1.69 tip. I've heard a little bit about the gender coffin, which is a really funny idea to me. Gameplay is paced faster than previous Souls installments, which is attributed in part to the gameplay of Bloodborne. In 2017, the complete version containing the base game and both expansions, Ashes of Ariandel and the Ring City, was released under the title Dark Souls 3 The Fire Fades. Dark Souls 3 was both critically and commercially successful, with critics calling it a worthy and fitting conclusion to the series. It was the fastest selling game in Bandai Namco's history, selling over 10 million copies by 2020, which is much faster than any of the sales for Gumby vs. the Astrobots, I must say. Future. In an interview promoting Dark Souls 3, Miyazaki was asked how he felt about the current numbers of the Souls games. He responded by saying, "I don't think it'd be the right choice to continue indefinitely creating Souls and Bloodborne games. I'm considering Dark Souls 3 to be the big closure on the series. That's not just limited to me, but From Software and myself together want to aggressively make new things in the future." Lonely Mentality, thank you for the 50 shapes. This is from your friend Duck. Awesome! I love ducks! I believe that From Software has to create new things. There will be new types of games coming from us, and Dark Souls 3 is an important marker in the evolution of From Software. In April of 2016, it was reported that Miyazaki and From Software had begun working on a new intellectual property, Sekiro Shadows Die... That's... Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. Greg Knack with the 255 amazing shapes, thank you very much. And had no current plans to continue the Soul series with sequels or spin-offs. Chagirl Wizard,
Dr. Space.
thank you for the $1.69 tip and the Dr. Space. Miyazaki also acknowledged the demand for a Demon Souls remaster or remake, but stated he was personally not interested in working on such a project. However, he stated he was open to the possibility for an external company to do so, provided that they loved the original and devoted themselves to it. Related games. In February of 2016, Bandai Namco Entertainment partnered with American retailer GameStop to release Slashy Souls, a free-to-play mobile endless runner to promote Dark Souls 3. The game was presented in a pixel art style and shares the series' level of difficulty. The game was met with highly negative critical reception, with reviewers such as Chris Charter of Destructoid and Jim Sterling both giving the game a 1 out of 10? Christ! I need to find this game now. I need to find this game and play it. Not today, but fuck! The Kingsfield series, also developed by From Software, is considered a spiritual predecessor to the Souls series. It debuted in 1994 for the PlayStation with Kingsfield, and had 3 sequels in addition to other spin-offs. Other From Software games directed by Miyazaki, such as Bloodborne, Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. Can we please see a Putu or Tawny Frogmouth next?
Take your pick. Fuck yeah!
Morality Plays with a $3 tip.
Can't wait to watch some gameplay, but I'm worried I still don't know what a soul is. Bonnie, can you help?
Souls, or Soru, is a series of action role-playing games developed by From Software. Again, I'm fucking with you. Yepsy is tipped 169.
This word is the Indian paradise flycatcher.
Okay. Yo, it's a big tail. Yo, it's a long tail. Look at that face. He's like, oh, oh, oh. That's the sound he's making, I decided. Yo, small tail, and then it get big. And he's sitting on a branch. This bird can do fucking anything. Old Man Henderson with the 69 shapes. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Where was I? And Elden Ring. Share many of the same concepts of Souls and are often associated with the series despite being their own intellectual properties, with fans and journalists often grouping the games under the Soulsborne branding. I think you know full well what the reception to the series is. I don't think I need to read this. I think you can guess for yourself. Given the numbers here on the end. Fuck yeah, you seen these numbers? You seen these stats? Do I know enough now? Not quite. Legacy. The Souls series has led to the video game industry to use the term Souls-like to describe action role-playing games from other developers that follow general principles of the Souls series. Excuse me. Though there is no well-established definition for such games, similar to the Souls series, Souls-like games typically have a high level of difficulty where repeated player character death is expected and incorporated as part of the gameplay, losing all progress if certain checkpoints have not been reached, and a means to permanently improve the player character's abilities as to be able to progress further. This mechanic provides a means to avoid an outright failure state, where the player must restart the game completely and lose all progress while still providing a risk and reward system to make the game challenging to the player. I missed a couple of those shapes, but thank you guys so much for the shapes, Duck Tummy with the 5! God, you're just so pansexual. Fuck yeah. The mechanic provides a means to avoid an outright failure state where the player must restart the game completely and lose all progress, while still providing a risk and reward system to make the game challenging to the player. Games considered to be Souls-like include Salt and Sanctuary, or Orang Twitch with the 5 shapes. You're going to lose it. No, you just gave it right to me. I've got it. It's fine. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I just looked at the tip bar. I see what you motherfuckers have done to the total. Games considered to be Souls-like include Salt and Sanctuary, Lords of the Fallen, Neo, Remnant from the Ashes, The Surge, and Code Vein. Other games cited to have been generally influenced by Souls include Destiny, Shovel Knight, Titan Souls, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, God of War, and Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. The Bloodstain and other similar death mechanics have also been used in other games such as in Neo and Nier Automata. Oh, it's another one I should play sometime. Fandom Hop with the 376 tip.
Ollie, you are very nice and I love your voice! Tilde.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. The series has also been cited as an influence on several of the PlayStation 4's PlayStation Network features, including its asynchronous messaging, Oring Twitch with the 5 shapes. Sorry for the small amount of shapes, but have you seen her boa? It's not a bird, but it's a special boy. I'll make an exception just this once. I'm glad I made an exception. Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. Oh, it's great to see that. Oh, it's great to see this. Oh, I'm loving it so much. Yossi Dance, thank you. I don't know if that's Chodman or Showman. Either way, thank you for the shapes. I appreciate it. Several of the PS4's PlayStation Network features, including its asynchronous messaging, social networking, and video sharing features, as well as for the television show Stranger Things. In February of 2017, music from the series, composed by Motoi Sakuraba, was performed by a live orchestra at the Salle Pleyel Concert Hall in Paris. That's in France, did you know that? See, check it out. It's the capital and most populous city of France with a population of 2,148,271 residents. Just a little fact for you. I hope you remember this. This will be on the test. In September of that year, a limited edition vinyl box set containing the soundtrack of all 3 games was released in Europe. In Japan, a box set containing the enhanced versions of all 3 games for the PlayStation 4 with the soundtrack for each, bookends, artwork, prints, and dictionaries detailing every in-game item for the series was released on May 24th of 2018. Liz Tube with the $1 tip.
Holly, I started playing the Dark Souls Remastered when you were still on the first article and beaten 2 bosses so far. Hi.
Lizzie, that's really impressive, and I'm really proud of you. You've got it made out to be a speedrunner. I tell you what. In Japan, a box set containing the enhanced versions of all 3 games for the PlayStation 4, the soundtrack for... I read that. A comic book by Titan Comics and based on the series, debuted alongside the international release of DS3 in April 2016. That same month, a Kickstarter campaign for an officially licensed board game based on the series was announced titled Dark Souls the Board Game? The campaign was funded within the first 3 minutes of its launch and was published by Steam Forged Games and released in April 2017. Moldy Mentality with 20 shapes? Oh, I just had some drink. An English pouter pigeon. This will be the last bird we see for now. Now that's a fancy lad. Oh no, that's a fancy lad.
You wanna see a cool bird? Check out the frillback pigeon. Absolutely.
Okay, one more while I'm here. Thank you, Tie-Fi High, for the $1 tip. Oh, it's a fancy bird!
Golden finches are pretty little poop criminals.
Okay, one last bird while we're here. Oh, it's just a little guy. It's a pretty rainbow guy. I love to see him.
For your consideration, the Gloucester Canary.
Okay, one last bird while we're here. Oh, he looks like a monk. He looks like he lives in a monastery and brews beer for a living. This one's a rainbow guy. Oh, I love to see them. Okay, I think we've actually caught up on all the alerts. My god, you mad people, we've done it. And I finished reading the article for Souls. Now, obviously, it's one thing to go on, Wikipedia, and thank you for the $1 tip. Unfortunately, I am done with the birds for now, but I appreciate the support all the same. It's one thing to go onto Wikipedia and just look up facts about the game. And it's another to, well, experience it for yourself, make your own conclusions in that regard. Obviously, it's going to be very different than just reading stuff off of a sheet like I've done. But, that, of course, is why I've brought in a Dark Souls expert today. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce a brand new segment of our show, Fireside Chat, in which we bring in Dark Souls experts to discuss the series. Today, I am honored to have with me, let me just get her on the horn, one moment. hello.
Hello, Holly.
It's an honor to have you here, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between. I am honored today to announce that we have an exclusive interview with esteemed Dark Souls scholar Lori Hoffman. How are you doing today?
Well, Holly, I'm very excited to be here, but I would be remiss not to say that in the document that you signed,
Mm-hmm.
You were to refer to me by my full title, and not.
Well, I suppose you're right. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce that today we have an exclusive interview with the internet's most trusted lore scholar and source of Dark Souls metaphysical analysis and writing science, as well as America's #1 smallest gamer, Dr. Lori Hoffman.
Thank you, Holly.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well. I'm very happy to be joining you here on the show. I
Wonderful.
don't actually know what network we're broadcasting to,
We are
but
currently
I'm
broadcasting
very glad.
to twitch.tv/hollow_tones.
Is that an imprint of NBC or?
Yes.
Oh, lovely. It's good to work with you.
Wonderful. Phil, excuse me just a moment. I do need to adjust your volume
I
slightly.
was crying from laughter
Of
during
course.
Birds and Wikipedia time, thank you.
Okay, could you just give us a little test audio? Let us know how that sounds.
Hi, I'm so small. Am I bigger yet?
Let's see what our viewers have to say about this. Wonderful. It looks like we're all good. Well, once again, I am happy to have you here. We prepared a number of interview questions here today for you to share your knowledge and wisdom, as it were, of the Dark Souls franchise. If you'll permit me, I suppose we'll just go right ahead and start with that.
Of course. Let's begin.
So, the Souls series of games is known for its abstract, metatextual narratives told through a cast of unreliable sources, context clues from item descriptions, and purposefully inconsistent timelines. What inspirations do you think the creators drew from when they created this piece of work?
Holly, I'm so glad that you've asked me this. You see, Dark Souls, the director, Hidetaka Miyazaki, is... Well, he's drawn from a number of quite eclectic sources that some people have or haven't heard of. One of the big ones being the movie Angel's Egg. Another one being Berserk, the manga. Some of you have heard of it. It has swords and big men.
Yes, I've heard a number of our fans are, well, quite big on the series, as it were.
And a lot of people know that a good number of fantasy stories, Western fantasy, are inspired by old folklore and fables. So you could even argue that Dark Souls was in fact inspired by old fables like those of Aesop. But we won't go into that yet, I don't think.
Of course, of course.
To explain a little bit more about the Berserk side of things, people like to bring up that it is, or as it has been said, it's Mr. Miyazaki's most favorite manga. It's his absolute most favorite one. I've never read it. I'm not sure it's real. But if he really likes it, then it must be either really good or he came up with something awesome. And I love that for him.
Of course. I am willing to trust the experts, as always, in their various fields, even if their work is something I'm not entirely familiar with.
Yes, of course.
Now, in the same vein, how do you think the Souls series has irreversibly changed the landscape of the interactive media narratives as they were?
That's a very good question, because as most people know, Dark Souls is it's a series that is kind of defined in its storytelling by a lot of the story is told through item descriptions or little inscriptions on tombstones or things found in the world. It's not necessarily told to us, it's more shown to us.
Right.
And this has created a very interesting culture of people who really like to go on the wiki, the Fextra Life wiki for Dark Souls, where you could easily piece together the entire story, but then you wouldn't get the whole thing. It has also created what I think to be a lovely, thriving community of people who talk about Dark Souls on YouTube and create Patreon pages. And they will occasionally put together hour-long essays, which I find to be quite rewarding, on Dark Souls. You know?
I do know.
The game?
I am aware of the game, yes.
It's very good. It's quite good.
Oh, it does sound wonderful, yes. Now.
Yeah, now, some people would say that Dark Souls is not the first game to potentially create a narrative that is structured, you could say, asynchronously or out of order. A lot of people could argue there were other games that did that beforehand, or some might say other games that did it better. Neither of those things are true. Dark Souls is still the first and only game to create a game with a story that is different than other games.
I see.
Yes.
Very, very interesting. Let us move on to our next topic of discussion. What was your first experience with the Souls series? What was the initial push that got you interested in the franchise? The aha moment where you knew there was something special in front of you?
I'm so glad you asked. Let's take a step back in time to the year 2000. Here we are in the year 2000.
It's beautiful here.
I'm 5 years old, and I'm living in rural Virginia in the United States of America. It's December 24th. About 8 o'clock, I'd say. My parents are tucking me into bed because I'm still quite young.
Of course.
They say, you need to close your eyes and go to dreamland, because if you don't, Santa will skip over your house and you won't get any presents tonight.
Oh, you do
because
hate to
it's
see
Christmas Eve. Now, I, being a very a rude and bad child, I decided to awaken, and I wanted to go find Saint Nicholas himself.
Oh, I'm sure we've all been there before, haven't we, loyal viewers?
So I climbed down out of my 18-foot tall bunk bed, and I scampered through the house like a little creature, and I hid underneath the large leather sofa. And I waited for Santa Claus to appear, and before long, right after the stroke of midnight, there he was, that big fat jolly guy with all the presents.
You saw him?
I saw him. I saw him right then and there.
goodness.
I crawled out from the under the couch, and I didn't know what to do. I was just so excited, and hopped up on little mints that I stole from the cabinets.
Classic mints.
I got really excited, and I didn't know what to do, so I reached my hands out, and I grabbed Santa by the ankle, and I bit into his arm and leg. And he of course was quite upset. He shouted and said, "Ow, that hurts, you're biting me." And I had a mouthful of Santa's big fat thigh, so I didn't really know what to say. I couldn't say anything. But I feel like he understood me. I was just really excited, and Santa had all those gifts, and, well, I was a child, and of course I wanted some gifts. It was Christmas Eve.
Of course.
So I decided I let go of Santa, and I said, "Santa, here's the deal. If you give me a really special present, I'll let you go, and I won't freak out again, I promise."
A fair exchange.
Santa said, "Okay, that's a deal I can make with you." Santa reached into his big red and he pulled out a little box wrapped up in plain brown wrapping paper. And I looked down, and he had placed the box in my hands, and I looked back up, and he put a finger next to his nose. and with a little whistle, he shot straight back up the chimney with a ho ho ho. And there I was alone in the room with the Christmas tree, this little box that Santa had left me. And I was so excited. I opened it, and inside was a copy of Dark Souls for the PlayStation 3.
Goodness.
Of course, I was incredibly excited. I had just received a gift from Santa Claus directly, and I did not have my aha moment with Dark Souls for a good few years later because, first, the inhibitive difficulty of the Dark Souls series that makes it so famous, but also because the PlayStation 3 would not be released for another 6 years.
Of course.
I was not actually able to play the game until the year 2006, where myself and my middle school neighbor Cole, I challenged him to a death fight, a death war,
As you
for
do,
ownership of his PlayStation 3, and he was an honorable boy and accepted, and I destroyed him with very little effort, and I claimed his PlayStation 3.
In loving memory of Cole, the stream is
In
dedicated
loving memory
to him.
of Cole, I appreciate what he did for me, and it's good that he's dead.
He did a lot of wonderful things for the world, and it had to happen.
It was good that it happened that way. But I got his PlayStation 3 and I settled into my strange basement that the parents insisted I stay in after attacking an imaginary man. And, I think it clicked when I walked into the I don't want to give you too many spoilers since you're still new to the game.
Of course.
There's a room early on. You'll see it. There's a room early on with a big scary guy that appears seemingly out of nowhere to scare and surprise you. And this sets the tone for a great deal of the rest of the game being scary and jumping out to surprise you. I was so scared that I fell asleep right then and there, and when I woke up, my character was really dead. But the thing in Dark Souls is, when you die, you don't have to press any buttons to come back. You just come back after a little bit. So after I woke up from my restful, stress-induced sleep, it's like nothing had happened. I just got to keep playing the game. To me, I was playing the game of Dark Souls, I fell asleep, I woke up, and I got to keep playing Dark Souls. And to me, that's quite a feeling. The real rise and grind, the gamer mentality, the eat, sleep, game.
Repeat. Fascinating. Such an insightful view into the mind of a true visionary. Thank you for that.
Thank you for allowing me to share.
Let us move on to our next point of discussion. Imagery of fire can be seen throughout the series. Pyromancy, great dragons, swamp witches who are in love with arson, bonfires, warmth, light. Being a series rife with metaphor, what do you believe fire represents?
An excellent question. One I'm so glad you've asked me. You see, fire in Dark Souls is, of course, there are the direct expressions of fire with, as you mentioned, pyromancies, which are magical powers that burn and destroy, which is way cool, and I love it. But in a more conceptual way, Dark Souls, fire represents power and knowledge. Gwyn, the Lord of Fire, is the sort of de facto king of the whole gamut, the cream of the crop, so to speak, and he's the Lord of Fire. He's the big guy, and all that Gwyn's able to do a whole bunch of things. He has one extra big daughter. He has one extra small daughter. He has a son, but don't worry about that.
I will not.
He's cool with paintings sometimes. He's even friends with a few demons.
Fascinating.
He can jump. He can leap. Gigantic leaps and bounds. He has a special castle that everybody really likes.
We do enjoy a good castle.
Good attacking guys that are made out of silver and have bows that everyone remembers as being the coolest guys in Dark Souls.
Marvelous.
Now, of course, fire being a symbol for knowledge and power is, you could say that it's a reference to any number of things.
Of course.
Like, you could also follow all those things back to the thread of the ancient myth of Prometheus stealing fire from the gods to give to humanity, for which he was punished for all time by having his liver eaten by a funny bird. And then it just grows right back, and the birds just keep eating it.
Interesting. I've never tried liver.
It's food, believe it or not.
I do believe it.
And if you think about it, with Prometheus's liver getting eaten by a big funny bird, and then regrowing forever, well, that's kind of like Dark Souls, isn't it? You're a little guy, you run around, you get squashed by a big ape. And then suddenly you wake up again, next to a sword thrust into some bones, and hey, it's time to do it again.
Poetry in action.
When you think about these things, it really puts in perspective how fire, how it brings you back from the dead, how you can use it to destroy and create. It really does make it clear that Dark Souls
Question for Dr. Laurie
is
Hoffman.
or
Why is the
in Dark Souls,
primordial
fire
serpents
is
look
a
so
symbol for
fucked up?
explicitly a symbol for power. And Gwyn, being at the center of that fire, is kind of he's like a man of extreme power, gathering thousands of flames to him. You could call him a Power Man 5000 if you'd like.
I see. Wonderful insight into the topic as always. Moving on to our next point of discussion. Is fire sexy? Could you explain why or why not?
Well, I can't say too much, obviously, but of course, fire is really very sexy and cool. But in the interest of keeping this stream PG, I don't think I should go too deep into what makes fire so alluring and so sexy.
I understand, of course. Well, if you'd like, then we can move on to our next topic of discussion.
Of course.
Since the Great Kindling of 2007, which I'm sure all of us remember, every human being on Earth retroactively had a Dark Souls memory implanted into their brain from the moment of their birth. What was your earliest Dark Souls memory?
Well, I'm glad you asked this question. It's a personal question. Let's go back in time again to when I was just a wee baby of 3 years old. Here we are. For me, my earliest memory of Dark Souls comes to me somewhat by surprise when I was still a toddler. My mother was showing me her sewing together one of my sister's dresses. She had ripped it while playing in the yard. And I'd wanted to learn to sew, so I sat with my mother and I watched her sew. I was still quite little, so I wasn't going to try it yet, but I was quite excited.
Of course.
I watched her work, and my mother is a very capable woman. She was showing me very much. She turned to me suddenly. Her eyes were dark and her face turned stone-like, and she spoke in a voice that was not hers. She said to me, "One day, you will be a Dark Souls gamer, and you will save America." And the rest is history.
The crown of the queen is a heavy one to bear, but I am happy to see you have burdened the weight so well in such a short time.
If there's anyone I do this for, it's for old Mom, back home. She she more than anyone else I know is a real Dark Souls gamer, and if there's anyone I do it for, it's for her. So, shout out to you, Mom, if you're watching.
Brings a tear to my eye. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. On to our next topic of discussion. Who do you believe to be the most iconic character from the Souls franchise?
Holly, I'm so glad you asked this question. This is one I deeply prepared for. So you say the Dark Souls franchise. Let's of course say to the viewers that the Dark Souls franchise is not simply Dark Souls. It's Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. There's also Bloodborne, and there's also Demon Souls. But I would say, since you're saying the Dark Souls franchise, let's stick to the Dark Souls games.
Of course.
So, of course, across the 3 Dark Souls games, there is a wide and beloved cast of characters. You think of recurring characters such as Siegmeyer, the brave Onion Knight, assists the party or the player in their quest. You can think of Solaire, the man who encourages the party to, or not the player, again, excuse me, to engage in jolly cooperation.
Of course.
You think of Gwyn, the Pyrrhic king of Cinder. You think of Patches, the really kind of a little shit guy that we hate, but
He is kind
boy,
of the worst.
he's there, you know? He's really there. But no, I will say there is a very specific character that defines the series more than any other. And that's the Demon of Song from Dark Souls 2. He's a guy that you find hidden away in a shrine. He's a big frog with a skull inside of him.
Oh dear.
Doesn't really say why he's there, but there he is. So I, of course, wanted to bring attention to the fact that Dark Souls is a game based very intensely on metaphor and folkloric reference. People very much love to talk about how these games mirror the storytelling and mythology of old. I have here presented 10 points on frogs' symbolism and mythology and their totem and spirit power. The first point being frogs have a long storied history as being symbols. The most obvious and most popular one is the fact that frogs are a symbol of transition through our lives, starting out as eggs, into tadpoles, then to juvenile, and finally adult frogs. Each stage, they grow closer to adulthood. They also leave something behind, be it a pleasing round shape or a funny little tail. You could say that frogs are a metaphor for what we gain and lose as we go through life. Next is the talk of frogs as a power animal, and a power animal being something that you can visualize in your mind or in your head that brings you strength.
I'm visualizing it now, yes.
Yes, imagine a frog to give you strength in a time of struggle. Imagine yourself buried under the weight of your responsibilities. Then it's time to call upon the frog as your blessed power animal. It's an excellent guide to shuffle your priorities and let things that you don't necessarily need anymore go, and pick up new things, like grow a few extra limbs, or let go of your tail. You don't need that anymore. You're not a water-based creature. You're a fully quadrupedal, land-based being.
That is true.
In ancient, or not ancient, but historical Native American symbolism, frog is associated with the element. Here, the frog is a metaphor for medicine and healing and growth by the virtue of it being a transformative being. a frog can call rain, and some medicine men can use the frog to restore the life
This sure is a
of
riveting lore
those
analysis.
who are afflicted with terrible sickness. Now, I would say that there's a great deal more to say about frogs, but in specific, the Demon of Song is a special frog because he's really, 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 really big, and he's got a little skull inside of him with arms. And in the Demon of Song boss fight, he swings his little arms around and he hits you with them. And I think that's just really, really great.
Yes.
And I think that's why the Demon of Song is the most iconic Dark Souls.
Wonderful, excellent viewpoints, and we do appreciate a good slapper, don't we? To everyone at home watching, could we get a frog champ in the chat, please? Thank you.
What do those words mean?
Oh, you'll know.
I guess I'll know.
Now we move on to our next topic of discussion. Of course, the Dark Souls franchise is famed for a number of colorful characters, as you mentioned in your discussion. Several of which are the hated immortal shadow dwarves. Now, how deep would you say your hatred is for the shadow dwarves? How fervent is your ire?
Well, this is again a rather personal question, and I don't want to say anything that I feel would make any viewers uncomfortable, but being born in Appalachia on the east coast of America, which is, as many people know, the historical stomping grounds of the Shadow Dwarves.
Of course.
I was forced to grow up alongside other very small children, not quite as small as me, mind you, because I am just about as small as it gets. I grew up alongside a great number of quite small children, and the Shadow Dwarves, wow, there's something about those guys that they love to really mess with small little guys. They liked to knock over our fun constructions. We would make things out of blocks and mud, and they would really like to be mean to us about our creative storytelling. We would ride around on little bikes, and they would trip us. They would put their dwarven staves in the little spokes of our bicycles.
Oh, how cruel.
And they would launch us dozens of feet because of the high speeds we would reach. And the Shadow Dwarves would just laugh in their deep tongue, and I wouldn't be able to understand a lick of it, but there's nothing anyone could do. The Shadow Dwarves, they could control our shadows, and I saw them once make my dad do a little dance to embarrass himself, and then his pants fell down.
The cruelty
I
of
hate
these
them.
beasts.
I hate them so much. I will never forgive them. I'm not a political person, but the Shadow Dwarves are little bastard guys, and I would like them to be destroyed.
I believe I speak for everyone when I say there is no forgiveness in any of our hearts for the hated Shadow Dwarves, and I do hope they get what is coming to them soon. Now we move on to our next topic of discussion. Are you okay?
Holly, allow me to answer your question with a question of my own. Are there dogs in Dark Souls?
Moving on to our next topic of discussion. Many people ascribe to theories that the Dark Souls universe is one stuck in a series of loops, historical failures repeating across new generations, as well as more literal loops of space and time curling inwards on themselves in a twisted, malformed world. How does the existence of the Dark Souls series disprove Albert Einstein's theory of relativity, would you say?
Excellent question. Let's move to the science corner. Now we must begin with the discussion of EULA in the Dark Souls DLC, Artorias the Abyss Walker. Now, Artorias, I don't want to spoil too much. Again, this will be your first playthrough.
Of course.
But the Artorias DLC takes place in the land of EULA, which is a place with magical sorceries that manipulate light. And now to talk about, just briefly, about Einstein's theory of relativity, as most people don't really know about, more theoretical science. The statement E equals mc squared refers to energy and a constant being the speed of light. And basically, what we need to know is that it is to suggest that energy and mass, it's all a system, it's all related, it's proportional to one another.
Of course.
Now, EULA, being the land of light sorcery, if you're fucking with light, then maybe you're messing with other stuff too. It's all connected. So let's think about what happens in Artorias the Abyss Watcher, which is to say, you are transported to a different time. It's you are pulled through a dark hole, a magical dark hole that you just slide on through, and you pop up at a place where a mushroom talks to you, and that's fine. But what you don't understand is that, Holly, do you understand what darkness is? It's the absence of light.
Of course.
Am I correct?
I see a darkness every day of my life.
And it's good that you do, because in the world of Dark Souls, light could potentially be a metaphor for time. So, if light is there, perhaps time is passing, and if there's a lot of light, then maybe time really fast. But this is only if we're accepting Einstein's theory of relativity, which I've learned we perhaps shouldn't. Because in Dark Souls, you can do all kinds of wacky things with light.
Of course.
You can turn invisible. You can repair your swords using light. You can trick guys into thinking you're not there. You can do a sparkle or two.
I do enjoy a good sparkle.
There's little crystals you can put on the ground. And, I spent a good amount of time researching where this fits into Einstein's theory of relativity and the how energy behaves in a closed system. And I couldn't find any answers for how it's possible that the light did this. So, I've come to believe that if Dark Souls, time and light can just be whatever, don't worry about it. Well, who the fuck do you think you are if you think Dark Souls is wrong? Einstein was dumb, maybe.
An interesting perspective. Sometimes genius is a fucking idiot, and I am inclined to agree with you.
That's right.
Now, on to our next topic of discussion for the night. How come this game has some so sexy women in it?
So glad you asked this question. Now, of course, Holly, I would be not telling the truth if I say I didn't know you personally.
Of course.
It's cool to like big, huge, cool boobs. I think you and I would agree on that. And Hidetake Miyazaki is a crazy sex guy who loves boobs and crazy stuff.
Of course.
And that's why he put Guinevere in the game, the gigantic boob woman who has powers and travels through time, but is also an illusion.
Whoa.
Yeah. It's also true that Seath, the weird pervert dragon, the crazy sloppy sex guy himself, is a self-insert of Hidetake Miyazaki. And this is one of the reasons that made me fall in love with Dark Souls as a series, because you would travel to a magical crystal place and find a big sexy dragon guy who thought, I think I'd like that big boob girl to be my wife.
Oh, wouldn't we all? On to our next important topic of discussion for the evening. Given your extensive background in the world of Dark Souls research, I have a theoretical question for you, if you will.
Of course.
Who would win in a fight? One Black Iron Tarkist-sized rat with custom rat armor, or 50 rat-sized Black Iron Tarkises, fully nude and loving it?
An excellent question. Before we begin this, we will need to dissect Black Iron Tarkus as a character.
Of
Come with
course.
me. Here we are, where Black Iron Tarkus lives.
It's beautiful here.
It's great here. He has a lovely space. Now let us speak on who it is that Black Iron Tarkus is. For those of you who don't know, Holly, I assume you are included. I'm sure you've heard his name, but there's much to learn about the man. He's very multi-layered.
Mm-hmm.
Black Iron Tarkus is a fellow who coats himself in some of the heaviest armor you can obtain in the Dark Souls universe, carries a big, heavy shield, and a big, squishing sword that destroys you with a single blow.
I am a big fan.
What people don't know is why Black Iron Tarkus wears that armor. He's quite sensitive because your question is interestingly worded because Tarkus is a little bit self-conscious of the fact that he's a half-rat human hybrid
I see.
with a funny little dangus, and he gets made fun of a lot for it. So normally he wears his big armor and squishes people to overcome the fact that he's sensitive. He's a sensitive man. But your question is interesting because it inverts not only the expectation of one really big rat, it also creates a good number of Tarkuses who are themselves part rat, but they're fully nude and they're loving it.
They are, in fact, loving it.
So, to think about this, we're now seeing, you said 50? It was 50 of them?
It was, in fact, 50 of them.
We're imagining 50 Black Iron Tarkuses without their armor, little scrawny rat man, fully nude, dancing about with appropriately sized weaponry, versus one big rat. Now, if Iron Tarkus is fully nude and loving it, well, maybe that means he's grown to love himself. Maybe he's changed. Maybe he likes now that he's a strange rat guy. And I've learned that the power of self-love is transformative. It changes people. And now throw that in with another 49 of him, all nude. Love. Well, I think maybe you've got something there. But, of course, even 50 little rat guys who love each other and themselves, one really big rat is still a dangerous force.
Of course.
So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about military swarming, which is a battlefield tactic designed to maximize target saturation and decentralize command to allow units to act with autonomy and make it easier to allow battle forces to continue operating even after losing forces. And the most famous example of this is the Siege of Samarkand.
Of course.
During the time of Alexander the Great, where he was surrounded by horse archers. And he divided his troops into five different columns and had them build fortifications to cut off the horse archers from resupply to stop their swarm tactics. So, we have to think now, who's better at tactics? A rat? Or 50 little guys? Now, I think little guys are, I personally am quite small, so...
Of course.
Little guys are capable of tactics, just because we're small doesn't mean we can't think about what we do and how we do it. I don't really know how much rats know about tricking people at war.
I can't say, in my experience, that most rats have any experience with military tactics, frankly.
I've known a great number of shorter people who have graduated from military school, but I don't know any rats who graduated from the military.
Every rat I've known who has deigned to attend some form of higher education was only graduating various cooking classes. So I don't believe rats are, while they are certainly probably capable of military tactics. I don't believe them to be inclined to it necessarily.
Of course, and never to suggest that rats would be incapable of learning tactics. And I
Of
have
course.
heard about these rats that are now becoming chefs and controlling people like puppets.
It is a beautiful, wonderful thing, and it is not happening to me right now.
It's so good. I'm so glad that you're still in control.
Of course.
I only pray that it lasts for us. I would simply suggest that in this situation, 50 little rat guys who really like themselves and got their whole butts out, well, they probably know a little bit more than that big rat does. And if they learn to climb him and maybe flip the script and control him, like Remy the rat controls the weird pasta man, I think they could pull it off. I think I'm going to have to give it to the 50 small Tarkuses with their butts and holes out.
An excellent and beautiful thesis, and I thank you again for your elaborate description of the holes.
Yes, of course.
Onto our next topic of discussion. The Souls series is known worldwide for its Estus Flask drink, which the player character may use to restore their own health. What does the Estus Flask drink taste like?
Well, I want to say that I imagine, or rather I hope, that the Dark Souls drink is extra super delicious, like Baja Blast.
Of course.
My favorite drink.
Never
But I don't
had
know
it.
that it is. Because consulting the lore, there's not much on the Estus Flask. We don't have a conclusive answer. But when you read the item descriptions for things associated with the Estus Flask, like Estus Flask shards, or ancient bone dust, things that let you upgrade your Estus Flask, seems to suggest that, well, maybe Estus tastes either like dust, or dirt, or sludge, or maybe even nasty piss.
In other words, you tell us that the Estus Flask drink would taste bad.
It would taste all signs point to it being a buttery, soupy cup of yuck
Just
that no one would like.
Just a so yucky, awful type of drink.
Just about as bad as it gets. Like pee-pee.
I see. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, and I will unfortunately have to cut this interview a little shorter than intended. But I do have one final parting question for the evening.
Of course.
If you could be any sword, which sword would it be?
The Moonlight Greatsword.
And why isn't it the Moonlight Greatsword?
Oh no. Well, this is tough. I like the Moonlight Greatsword because it's big and blue, and
Of
you can
course.
attack with it.
Of
It's
course.
made out of moth stuff, and you can use it to cast a beam spell. But I can't pick that, and I have to pick any sword at all.
Of course.
You know, I'm probably gonna have to pick the battle rifle from Halo 2.
An excellent choice. Would you be willing to elaborate a little bit on why that would be?
So, do you know who the Master Chief is?
Big fan, I must say. I'm quite proud of everything he's done for us as a race.
Yes, he's big and he's green, and he can do most anything.
He's so huge and he can do tricks in space.
Yeah, they put him inside a robot suit, and he's normal and good, and he saves Earth. He finishes the fight. Anything that he picks up and destroys aliens with next to no effort at all, well, I'd love to get my hands on that.
Of course. Well, thank you once again. Once again, thank you very much for joining us tonight. I'm sure I speak for everyone tuning in when I say we are all very happy to have you here sharing your insight onto the franchise with all of us, fans new and old. Once again, thank you very much, internet's most trusted lore scholar and source of Dark Souls metaphysical analysis and writing science, as well as America's #1 smallest gamer, Dr. Lori Hoffman.
Thank you so much for having me, Holly. It makes me
Have yourself,
very pleased to join you here.
and have yourself a wonderful evening.
And a fine dark soul to you. That's what they say in the game.
They definitely do. Good night.
Good night.
That was an expensive fucking contract. I sure hope that was worth it. Well, thank you all very much for this first of hopefully several shows of the Fireside chat segment of the stream. I do hope to make this a recurring segment. I do hope you all enjoyed it very, very much. I had quite a lot of fun, and I hope you all did too, watching at home. Now, Dark Souls the video game is a video game that you can play on your computer from the Steam service. How about we take a quick look at the Dark Souls Steam page. Now, it's important that you confirm your birthday before viewing, as if you are younger, you should not be playing this game. Give it a moment to... Oh dear. That wasn't supposed to happen. There we go. It's fine. Everything is fine, and we're all normal. If you'll give me a moment to just... Then there was Fire. Re-experience the critically acclaimed, genre-defining game that started it all. Beautifully remastered. Return to Lordran in stunning, high-definition detail, running at 60 frames per second. Oh, that's just what I read just now. Dark Souls Remastered includes the main game, plus the Artorias of the Abyss DLC. Key features: deep and dark universe. Each end is a new beginning. Gameplay richness and possibilities. Sense of learning, mastering, and accomplishment. The way of the multiplayer. Up to 6 players with dedicated servers. System requirements. Requires at minimum a 64-bit processor and operating system. Running Windows 7 64-bit Service Pack 1. With an Intel Core i5-2300 2.8 GHz or AMD FX 6300 3.5 GHz processor. With a memory of 6 GB, a GeForce GTX 460 with 1 GB of VRAM, or a Radeon HD 6780 with 1 GB of VRAM. You must have DirectX version 11. You must have 8 GB of available space. You must have a sound card, or a sound device capable of DirectX sound. And as an additional note, these features are enough to get you running low settings for 60 frames per second at 1080p. But what if we wanted to go a little stronger? Behold, the recommended technical specifications for Dark Souls Remastered. Requires a 64-bit processor and operating system. The operating system? Windows 10 64-bit. The processor? Intel Core i5-4750 clocked at 3.2 GHz, or an AMD FX 8350 running at 4.2 GHz. Captain Fawful.
And then immediately having the best stream to ever touch twitch.tv.
Thank you for the 500 shapes. You must have this processor or stronger. Your memory must be 8 gigabytes of RAM. Your graphics card. Ho ho ho. A GeForce GTX 660 with 2 gigabytes of video RAM. Or a Radeon HD 7870 with 2 gigabytes of VRAM. You must be running DirectX version 11. You must have 8 gigabytes of available drive space and a sound card or device capable of DirectX 11. All this together is more than enough for high settings, 60 frames per second at 1080p. Now,
Wonderful shapes.
thank you, Stu the Great, for the 100 shapes. I appreciate it. Now, it's all well and good that we've read this quick blurb on the Dark Souls Remastered Steam page, and as you can see, I do own it in my library for all the naysayers who are thinking this is just a bit where I try to stall for time because I don't have Dark Souls installed or purchased. I have it. Trust me. But the description of the Remastered Edition is, well,
Neo Turf Master Streamweb.
Skizix the Best Mage, thank you for the 100 shapes. Neo Turf Masters may come eventually. But as I'm sure as you noticed, the description is a bit lacking. Perhaps we should review the description for the original game. Oh dear, that's a Google search. I forgot the H in that URL. There we go. Dark Souls, Prepare to Die Edition. Dark Souls will be the most deeply challenging game you play this year. Can you live through 1,000,000 deaths and earn your legacy? The original game was delisted, but as you can see, if you do own the original game, you can still visit the Steam page. Microsoft Xbox controller for Windows, or equivalent, is strongly recommended. About this game. New content for PC. Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition will include an untold chapter in the world of Lordran. Sent back to the past, players will discover the story when Knight Artorias still lives. New bosses, including the Black Dragon, Sanctuary Guardian, and Artorias of the Abyss. PvP arena and online matchmaking system. Quick matchmaking for players to play 1v1, 2v2, and 4-player battle royale. New areas, including the EULA Township, the EULA Sanctuary, the Royal Wood, Battle of Stoicism, which is the training ground for online PvP battles. New enemies, including wooden scarecrows, chained prisoner, and stone knight. But you only get one stone knight, so I hope you weren't hoping for more. New NPCs, including Hawkeye and Elizabeth, Keeper of the Sanctuary. New weapons and armor. Equip some from the new bosses, enemies, and NPCs, would you? The story. Dark Souls is the new action role-playing game from the developers who brought you Demon Souls from Software. Dark Souls will have many familiar features. A dark fantasy universe, tense dungeon crawling, fearsome enemy encounters, and unique online interactions. Dark Souls is a spiritual successor to Demons, not a sequel. Prepare for a new, despair-inducing world with a vast, fully explorable horizon and vertically oriented platforms. Landforms, rather. Prepare for a new, mysterious story centered around the world of Lordran, but most of all, prepare to die. You will face countless murderous traps, countless darkly grotesque mobs, and several gargantuan, supremely powerful demons and dragon bosses. You must learn from death to persist through this unforgiving world. And you aren't alone. Dark Souls allows the spirits of other players to show up in your world so you can learn from their death, and they can learn from yours. You can also summon players into world to co-op adventures, or invade others' worlds to PvP battles. New to Dark Souls are bonfires, which serve as checkpoints as you fight your way through this epic adventure. While rested at bonfires, your health and magic replenish, but at a cost. All mobs respawn.
Beware. There is no place in Dark Souls that is truly safe. With days of gameplay and an even more punishing difficulty level, Dark Souls will be the most deeply challenging game you play this year. Can you live through 1,000,000 deaths and earn your legacy?
Duchess has tipped $1.
Sounds like this version is so good it's to die for.
You are so correct. Thank you, Duchess, for the tip. I do appreciate it. Key features: extremely deep, dark, and difficult. Unforgiving in its punishment, yet rewarding for the determined. Learn to strategize freely and conquer seemingly impossible challenges. Fully seamless world. Explore a completely integrated world of dark fantasy where dungeons and areas are seamlessly intertwined. With great height. Mastery earns progression. Contains 60 hours of gameplay with nearly 100 unique, despair-inducing monsters, and an incredibly nuanced RPG system, including weaponry, armor, miracles, faith, and more. Player success depends on the eventual mastery of how and when to use the magic spells, choice of armor, the number of weapons, the types of weapons, and the moves attached to the weapons. Network play. Players may cross paths with one another, invading each other for PvP battles, or to play co-op and take on giant boss encounters as a team. Flexible character development and roleplay. As the player progresses, they must carefully choose which of their character's abilities to enhance, as this will determine their progression style. Community. See other, real players and empathize with their journey. Learn from seeing how others died. Find and leave messages for your helpful players, helping them
Or leading them into death.
Symbolic of life and hope. The bonfire is an important feature in Dark Souls, for many reasons. Though in gameplay it serves as a health and magic recovery, and a progression checkpoint, it also happens to be the one place in the dark world where players can find a fleeting moment of warmth and calm. Now, I could go ahead and read the system requirements, but these don't really apply to the version we're going to be playing. We're going to be playing the Remastered edition, so these mean nothing.
I don't follow. Can we read it again?
Chorus Felines, thank you for the $3 tip. I don't know how to tell you this, but Steam installed a new feature recently where once you read something, you're never able to read it again, so this is the first and last time I will be reading the Dark Souls Prepare to Die edition Steam page. Now, thank you, official Goo Girl, for the delicious shape and the Venus. Now, for those of you Dark Souls old heads out there, as it were, you may remember a time when Dark Souls was first announced on Steam, and contained quite an interesting description on the Steam page. I have right here an archived version of it saved on I Am Gur website.
You will face many unique, despair-inducing monsters, Survival means accepting you will die, learning from death, and overcoming the ultimate challenge to reclaim your soul. The demons who rule this world gain their extraordinary power from the King's Crowns. To retrieve the King's Crowns and reach the flame of the world, you will have to face the White King Gwen and his knights, the witch Izerith and her evil daughters, the first dead, Nit, and the immortal and nameless Shadow Dwarves. Your soul. When you begin your adventure, you are soulless. You must emerge from the abyss to reclaim your soul in order to reach the land of the living. Make social connections, win games, find eggs, and solve riddles. And increase your soul energy until you get your entire spiritual essence back. The gauge at the bottom of your dashboard numerically measures the amount of soul energy you have earned. Check your gauge each day to keep track of how many soul energy you have. Do your best to get your numbers high enough so that you can say once and for all, "Be gone, evil forces! My soul is mine, and I am alive!"
Now, I've heard a number of people say that this description of Dark Souls is a bit misleading. The Shadow Dwarves, of course, are an essential element of the game, but there are no King's Crowns. The White King Gwen has been dead for thousands of years. The witch Azerith went through a name change recently, and her daughters aren't all that evil, aside from one of them. Among other things, you know, the eggs, the riddles, the social connections, the games. And a lot of people have come to the conclusion that this is either a bit of translation weirdness, or maybe an issue where this was actually another game that was being promoted by accident. All of those people are wrong, of course. I have here, if you'll excuse me one moment, as I get this set up, exclusive, never before seen, behind the scenes, pre-alpha footage of Dark Souls. If you'll give me just one moment to load that up for us all to see. The setup is a little bit elaborate, just because of the nature of how I was given this footage. This is... frankly, my source says it might be a little bit less than legal, but we have this setup running through a Nintendo Switch, because this was... Oh, and my display capture has just crashed. If you'll give me a moment. AFK Werewolf, thank you for the subscription. I do appreciate it. That's very odd. Just one moment. Okay, it should be on screen any moment now. Okay, so my capture card has this issue where it doesn't let me do... There we go, it's working. It doesn't let me do direct capture through OBS. I have to do a window capture of the OBS capture software. Anyways, this is official, never-before-seen, pre-alpha footage of Dark Souls. As you can see, one of the Shadow Dwarves is in the background. We're collecting eggs. And we can utilize the eggs for a number of attacks. And as you can see, the player here navigates a lot of extraneous traps, nearly perishes to one of the Shadow Dwarves, but they keep on trucking. I'm not sure why they didn't pick up that item back there. And as you can see, the titular resurrection feature was not yet implemented. When you died, you had to restart from the start of the game. It's, frankly, I gotta say, I think I'm glad they went with the design changes they did. This is, of course, very early footage, so you can't be too harsh on it, considering it was all in development. Dark Souls, of course, has been long released, but it does provide us an interesting look into,
I'm thirsty.
you know, what could have been, as it were. You can see, we go ahead over here, and we see one of the riddles. They never really elaborate on how you solve the riddles, just that they're a feature of the game. This might have been a proof of concept demo more than anything, so probably a lot of the features weren't fully functional.
I just found out how to donate. Poggers.
Van Gale, thank you very much for the 269. There's also a couple graphical glitches, as I'm sure you've noticed. Again, this was really early development footage, so you do have to be forgiving with them. Showing off some of the technology they developed, where foreground and background merge together seamlessly, which my source and his uncle that work at Nintendo tell me is what led to the development of the seamless asynchronous multiplayer feature that was eventually Dark Souls' most famous feature. Anyways, I think we've seen quite enough of that for now. That's about the end of the footage. There's another little bit where they go on to fight one of the first bosses. I've chosen not to see it myself, just because I don't want to spoil that for myself. I want to experience that fully and completely blind. But that was exclusive pre-alpha footage of Dark Souls. Thank you very much again to my sources that gave me this. I'm very sorry that you had to go to jail for this. My lawyers will be in contact with you shortly, and we'll see about getting you on parole. Now, just one moment while I get rid of the capture.
Now again, with a little more soul.
Thank you, Duchess, for the $1 tip. I appreciate it. Now, we've seen a whole lot about Dark Souls and what the game is, what we can expect, but, frankly, one thing that I'm not sure about is how the game handles, how it controls. So, let me just pull it up. I've brought together here today the instruction manual for Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition. This, of course, is the instruction manual for the original release, the Games for Windows Live original version, rather than it being the current remastered version. But I do believe most of this will carry over in terms of controls, just so I think this will be a good refresher for me. Important health warning about playing video games. A very small percentage of people may experience a seizure when exposed to certain visual images, including flashing lights or patterns that may appear in video games. Even people who have no history of seizures or epilepsy may have an undiagnosed condition that can cause the photosensitive epileptic seizures while watching video games. Starlit Knight, thank you so much for the subscription. These seizures may have a variety of symptoms, including lightheadedness, altered vision, eye or face twitching, jerking or shaking of arms or legs, disorientation, confusion, death, or momentary loss of awareness. Seizures may also include loss of consciousness or convulsions that can lead to injury from falling down or striking nearby objects. Immediately stop playing and consult a doctor if you experience any of these symptoms. Parents should watch for or ask their children about the above symptoms. Children and teenagers are more likely than adults to experience the above seizures. The risk of photosensitive epileptic seizures may be reduced by taking the following precautions. Now chat, make sure all of you follow these precautions, okay? Sit farther from the screen. Use a smaller screen. Play in a well-lit room. And do not play while you are drowsy or fatigued. If you or any of your relatives have a history of seizures or epilepsy, please consult a doctor before playing. There's some info here about the PEGI system of rating. I don't live in Europe. This means nothing to me. I'm not going to read this. Half-Orc Bear, thank you for the follow. Now we move on to the table of contents. Installing the game. Game controls. Create profiles. Create character. Where demons rule. The world of darkness. Online gameplay. Games for Windows Live. Video game warranty, and customer service support. Installing the game. To install Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition, close all open programs and background tasks. Insert the Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition DVD into the DVD-ROM drive. Okay, this is linked to the original CD release version of it. Ziplomatic, thank you for the one amazing shape. I'm sorry to hear that you're dead. I hope you get better soon. None of this is applicable to our current setup. I hope you'll forgive me, but I'm going to skip these pages. Game controls. The following are the default options in the game. The default keys can be changed in options. QWERTY keyboard. W is run forward. S is run backwards. D is run left, and A is run right. Left click and W is walk forward. Left click and S is walk backwards. Left click and D is walk right. And left click and A, oh, you'll never guess, it's walk left. Camera controls. The mouse can move the camera up, down, left and right.
I've had semester-long classes less informative. Thank you, Professor Polly.
You're very welcome, Hal, and thank you for the $3 tip. I very much appreciate it. And of course, the middle mouse button is lock on and camera reset. Switch equipment. V switches the right weapon, and C switches the wrong weapon. You don't remember the game manual of Yoshi's Island looking like that? Tony Orel Toga, thank you for the one shape, I appreciate it. This is the game instruction manual for Dark Souls Prepare to Die edition. Mouse wheel down or F is to switch item, mouse wheel up or R is to switch magic. Attack, actions. Mouse left click gives you a right weapon attack. Mouse right click gives you a right weapon action, heavy attack. Left shift is a left hand action, such as guard. Can we get some fucking pogs in the chat? I don't know, can we? Thank you, Official Goo Girl, for the one shape. Let's see them pogs. Let's see them pogs for instructions, am I right? And tab, of course, is left hand action parry. General actions. The E button is to use an item. The space button is a backstep. You can hold space for a dash. The Q button is the action button. Left alt is to toggle one hand or two hand grip. The end button opens the menu. The G button opens the gestures menu. And the home button, well, that opens the guide. Menu controls. Up arrow selects up, down arrow selects down, left arrow selects left, and right arrow selects right. Enter confirms. Backspace cancels. Insert and delete. Oh, that's easy. Function 1 and 2. Page up is to change the menu item forward, and page down is to change the menu item to next. Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition was created to play using the Xbox 360 controller. Hi Holly, I'm going to put a flip-flop on. I will put the flip-flop on. Please pause in silence for 6 seconds for me so I don't miss anything while putting on my flip-flop.
Have you heard about anime?
Lambhoof, thank you very much for the $2.50 tip. I appreciate it. Anime, I heard of that once or twice, but you have to be careful. Main menu. Select to begin a new game, or choose to load a previously saved game. New game. Start a new game. After selecting this option, you have the option to adjust the brightness level and the game setting options. Load game selects a previously saved game. Please note, in order to play Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition, you need to create save data. When starting the game for the first time, a save data is created automatically. Simple as that. Create character. Customize a character to begin your Dark Souls quest. As you customize a character, you can see the changes to their stats on the left side of the screen. Their equipment is shown in the center of the screen. When you are finished creating a character, select Accept. Character name. Type in a name for the character. Sex. Oh, we can't show that on stream, I'm sorry, we'll have to skip that part. Class. Choose the character's class. Each class has its own attacks, weaponry, and attributes. There are 10 classes from which to choose. Excuse me for a moment, I need to take a big drink. Ah, water. Gift. Select a gift for the character. Gifts are special items that remain with the character throughout the game. Physique. Determine the character's physique. Face. Select a specific face for the character. Each face is based on the people that inhabit the world of Dark Souls. Hair. Determine the hairstyle for the character. Hair and eye color. Choose a color for the character's hair and eyes. Physical appearance. Select Customize to further adjust the character's features. Classes. Choose from 10 classes. Each class has its own unique abilities and statistics. Every class starts the game with certain equipment and spells. However, as you play, you'll discover Dark Souls has non-class specific items. Therefore, you may adjust your attributes when leveling up to meet certain basic requirements a weapon or armor might have. Warrior. The Fearless Warrior is a weapon expert with high strength and dexterity. Knight. The low-ranking knight has high HP and solid armor. Knights are not easily toppled. That's okay, Ziplomatic, you take your time. We'll be waiting here for you. Wanderer. The Aimless Wanderer has high dexterity and wields the scimitar. Thief. The guilt-ridden thief has a high chance of critical hits and carries a master key. Bandit. The Savage Bandit has high strength and wields a heavy battle axe. Mediluma, thank you for the 20 shapes. I'm glad to hear this has been your favorite Dark Souls playthrough. I am honored and delighted to bring you the content you crave on twitch.tv. Hunter. The bow-wielding hunter can handle close range and long range, but is vulnerable to magic. Wait, does this game have like a weapon triangle? Like something like... what's it called? Fire Emblem?
Unfortunately, it's getting late, so I'll game guide myself to sleep. Good night, Polly.
Thank you, Duchess, for the $1 tip. You have yourself a wonderful sleep. Sorcerer. The Sorcerer of Vinheim Dragon School can cast soul sorceries. Pyromancer. The Great Swamp Pyromancer casts fire spells and wields a hand axe. Clerics. The Cleric on Pilgrimage wields a mace and casts healing miracles. And the Deprived. The unclothed Enigma is only armed with a club and old plank shield. Where demons rule. The world you are thrust into is ruled by demons. As you quest to reach your soul, you will view the following game screen. Humanity meter. This number represents your humanity level. HP gauge. Your current HP Oh, Lucy Cladberry with the 169 tip.
Can you tell us about Fire Emblem?
Unfortunately, I can't, because my only experience with the series is the 3 hours I played at Three Houses, which I quite liked, and then never got back to because other things got in the way. I don't know anything else about the series. I like the pink-haired girl with an axe. I think she's nice. And I like Bernadetta. That's about all I can tell you about the series. HP gauge. Your current HP level is displayed in the upper left. As you incur damage, the gauge depletes. And when it is empty, you die. HP is recovered when you rest at a bonfire, or when you use specific items and spells. Stamina gauge. Your current stamina level is displayed under your HP gauge. Oh, that's a $2 tip from Sierra.
Thank you so much for doing this much research. I'm learning so much. Incredible gameplay.
Thank you very much for the tip, and thank you for the kind words. Only I am brave and wise enough to bring the educational content to the website that it needs. Motive11331, thank you for the 500 shapes, I appreciate it. Your current stamina level is displayed under your HP gauge. Stamina depletes with each evade and or action taken. When this gauge is empty, you cannot perform any action that uses stamina. However, stamina recovers over time. Please remember this, it will be on the test. Status icon. When you are afflicted with a status effect, like poison, an icon is displayed. That's all you need to know. Start menu. Press the end. Not the end button, press the end to display the start menu. Press the up, down, left, right arrow keys to navigate the menu. Choose to view your inventory. Check equipment. Review your stats and enter the system's menu. Press enter when you want to enter a specific menu. Note, when the start menu is open, you are still vulnerable to enemies, even if you cannot attack. Equipment icon. This icon displays your currently equipped weapons, armor, magic, and items. Resistance gauge. This gauge displays how much a certain resistance has been affected. Note, when you are cursed, the humanity meter displays a skull. Soul meter. The counter in the lower right displays the number of souls you have. the world of darkness. You are thrown into a world of darkness, a world of demons. It's a place where humans with the dark ring are sent to succumb and transform into the living dead. You are soulless at the beginning of the adventure, and in order to regain your soul, you must emerge from the abyss to reach the land of the living. Underneath the second flip-flop, you find a wonderful squirrel man. We've adopted children. You made a beautiful family. You would not have looked under that flip-off if it wasn't for me. Thank you so much. No, thank you for the one delicious shape. I appreciate it. Open world. The demon world is expansive, but interconnected. Any location you see, you can explore. Some locations are more challenging to reach than others, but simply exploring the land is fulfilling. As you progress, you'll discover massive, vertically oriented structures, humongous land masses, and complex dungeons, with interlinking routes and secret corridors. Bonfire. During your quest, you will come across bonfires. Approach the unlit bonfire and press Q key to light the bonfire and access its menu. Every morning I wake up and I love to press Q key. So this game is made for me, I think. Here you level up your attributes, regain humanity, refill your Estus flasks and magic count, and remove any negative effects.
Death.
When your HP is fully depleted, you die. When this happens, all of your collected humanity and souls... Oh, Mask Moth today with the 10 shapes. Don't know how you got these bits, but this is all the ones you have. Well, thank you very much, I appreciate it. Anyways, all of your collected humanity and souls are left on the ground as a blood stain, and you respawn back at the last bonfire you rested at. Living and the undead. When you are human, you are classified as living, but if you die, and all humanity and souls are left as a bloodstain, you are classified as an undead hollow. In order to become living again, return to your fallen bloodstain and collect all lost humanity and souls, then sacrifice humanity at a bonfire to reverse the hollowing. This game's a bit fucked up. You gotta sacrifice people to not be like a second-class citizen. That's probably some kind of social commentary, but I'm too stupid to understand it. If you die again before returning to your bloodstain, your previous bloodstain disappears, and a new one is left, but you remain undead. How do you play as a Bionicle in Dark Souls? Asking for a friend. First of all, thank you very much, Affable Giraffe, for the 20 awesome shapes. I love to see them. Second of all, I don't think you can. I think the game might be bad, because you can't do that. When you are undead, you can use collected humanity, and then revert back to living at bonfires. When you are living and offer your humanity at a bonfire, the effect of the bonfire fortifies. Yo, that's 40 of shape. You wish there was any other way to give me these? Well, I appreciate it all the same. Online gameplay. Games for Windows Live. These features don't exist anymore, because Games for Windows Live is fucking dead. So I'm going to skip this section. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. I have no intention of reading these, because they mean nothing. But... online features! Hi Holly, I'm very much enjoying the stream, however I do not know how to eat food, which admittedly puts a damper on the content featured. Any advice? The RD101 person, thank you very much for the 4 shapes you've given me. Simply take an orange, an apple, you know that stuff, put it right in your mouthful hole, close it, and just wait. What happens next will delight you. Connecting to Windows Live to access special online features. Mediluma with the 1 awesome shape. Do you think I can still play Dark Souls on your bedroom window?
Yeah, but watch out.
Ghosts. View other players playing within your vicinity. However, you cannot interact with ghosts. Death replay. Touch the bloodstains of other fallen players to view a replay of their death. Vagrants. If you drop a certain item or lose a large amount of humanity, those items and humanity move to another player's world and form vagrant enemies. Skizik's the best mage with 1 amazing shape. Pretty sure to truly learn how to play Dark Souls, you need to play all of Shadow Tower first. An interesting proposition. One I will not take you up on, but a very interesting one all the same. We will be playing Dark Souls soon, I promise you. Sharing of the kindling of the bonfire. Oh no, I missed synergy. One shape from Lambhoof. Thought you were calling them shakes because Yoshi is shaking that sweet rump. Oh, I think I gotta do that now. When another player is nearby and casts specific magic, the magic cast increases in power. Diplomatic with 3 bits. Hello, I am Diplomatic's gay squirrel husband. He is a beautiful man. Let me scroll up just a second. And his flip-flops. I adore my husband and our children, which he named Holly and Dark Soul Manual. Thank you for inspiring my husband. That's beautiful. I'm so happy to hear that. I'm honored. Sharing of the kindling of the bonfire. That's a fucking mouthful and I love it. If you kindle the bonfire where another player last rested, the Estus flask in the inventory of the player who last rested at that bonfire increases by 1. Co-op. In co-op, up to 3 players can play together. The summoner is called the host, and the summoned are the clients. How to start co-op. The client writes a summoning sign using a specific item, and then the host finds the summoning sign. Official Goo Girl, thank you for the 3 shapes. Love wins, it's beautiful. And touches the sign to summon up to 2 other players. The host and the clients then play in the host's world. In order to be a host, you must be living. See Living and the Undead, page 13. Okay, no problem. Let me just scroll back up. I already read that. Never mind. The manual has tricked me for the last time. Co-op goal. Players team up to defeat the area boss. Co-op ends if the area boss is defeated, if all the clients are defeated, or if the host is defeated. If the area boss is defeated, then the clients receive humanity as a reward.
Invasion.
When you invade another player's world, you fight each other to survive. The invading player is the client, and the invaded player is the host. Which girl are you going for? I like the Chupacabra Demon's route, it made me cry. Thank you, Lambhoof, for the 1 bit. I think I have to go for the wizard route. I think I gotta go for the wizard. I think that's on brand for the first run. I think it's gotta be that. How to start invasion. The client uses a specific item to start an invasion, and then the client automatically connects to a random host's world. Soviets keep the 215.
Hello, Holly. I am currently trying to transition from Nth and you have helped me so much. Thank you.
Oh, I'm happy to hear that, and thank you very much for the tip. I appreciate it. Client uses a specific item to start an invasion, and the client automatically connects to a random host's world. Okay. Glitchlich, thank you for the 5 wonderful shapes. Invasion goal. The invader's goal is to defeat the host. If successful, the invader wins, and the invasion ends. The host's goal is to defeat the invasion. Official Goo Girl, thank you very much for gifting that sub to Peppermint Moth. I don't know why I said moth like that. If a boss battle occurs, the invasion ends. I didn't actually know that, that's interesting. You ran out of gum, so sadly you must depart. Farewell, wise scholar and wizard of deception. Hey, I appreciate the tip, the bits, and I hope you have yourself a nice evening, but I haven't deceived anyone. No lies here. I'm a truthful, honest gamer girl, I promise. Showed up to class a couple hours late. Did you miss anything that's going to be on the test? Oh, I've got some bad news for you. You missed basically all of it. But you can learn about invaders! If either the host or the invader wins, he or she gains humanity. If the invader loses, he or she loses humanity. Oh, buckle in, this is gonna be a long one. The Loki Library, copyright 2001, Andre Alexander Scoot. Permission to hereby granted, free of charge, to any person intending a copy of the software and associated documentation files of software to deal in the software without restriction, including without limitation, the rights to use, copy, modify, merge, publish, distribute, sub-license, and or sell copies of the software, and from the persons from the software is furnished to do so, subject to the following conditions. The above copyright notice and the self-permission notice shall be included in all copies of substantial portions of the software. This software is provided as is without warranty of any kind, express or implied, including not limited to the warranties, merchantability, fitness for a particular purpose, and non-infringement. In no event shall the authors or copyright holders be liable for any claim, damages, or other liability, whether in an action of contract, tort, or otherwise, arising from, out of, or in connection with the software, or the use of other dealings in the software. NKF, copyright 1987, Fujitsu Limited, IE Ichikawa, 2000, S. Kono, COW, copyright 2002-2008 Kono, Furukawa, Naruse, Mastodon, copyright C, the NKF project, http://storage4.jp/projects/NKF. Please take damage. Zlib, version 1.2.3, I said both versions for everyone watching, so you can't get my goat for that one. July 18th, 2005, copyright 1995-2005, Jean-Loup Gailly and Mark Adler. Lua, copyright 1994 to 2011, Lua.org, PUC Rio. Permission is hereby granted free of charge to any person obtaining a copy of this software and associated documentation files, the software, to deal in software without restriction, including without limitation, the rights to use, copy, modify, merge, publish, distribute, sublicense, and or self-copy of the software and permit persons whom software is furnished to do so, subject to the following conditions. The above copyright notice shall, and this permission of notice shall be included in all copies or substantial portions of the software. The software is provided as is without warranty of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to the warranties of merchantability, fitness, or particular purpose and non-infringement. In no event shall the authors of copyright hold be liable for any claim, damages, or other liability, whether in an action, contract, tort, or otherwise arising from or out of connection with the software or the use of other dealings in the software. Mersenne Twister, a C program for the MT19937 with initialization improved 2002 February 10th. Coded by Tajuki Nishimura and Makoto Matsumoto, this is a faster version of Taking Sean Kokis's optimization, math value simplification, Isaku Wada's real version, before using initialize the state by using init genrad seed, or init by array init key length. Copyright 1997 to 2002, Makoto Matsumoto and Takuji Nishimura. All rights reserved. Redistribution and use in source and binary forms, with or without modification, are permitted, provided the following conditions are met. 1. Redistribution of source code must retain the above copyright notice, the list of conditions, and the following disclaimer. 2. Redistributions in binary form must reproduce the above copyright notice, the list of conditions, and the following disclaimer in the documentation and or other materials provided with the distribution. 3. The names of its contributors may not be used to endorse or promote products derived from the software without specific prior written permission. I need a drink, one moment. The software is provided by the copyright holders and contributors as is, in any express or implied warranties, included but not limited to the implied warranties of merchantability and fitness for a particular purpose, or disclaimed. In no event shall the copyright owner or contributors be liable for any direct, indirect, incidental, special, exemplary, or consequential damages, included but not limited to procurement of substitute goods or services, loss of use, data, or profits, or business interruption, however caused, and on any theory of liability, whether in contract, strict liability, or tort, including negligence or otherwise, arising in any way out of the use of the software, even if advised of the possibility of such damage. MD5, copyright 1999, 2000, 2002, Aladdin Enterprises, all rights reserved. Fmod Sound System. Fmod Sound System, copyright Firelight Technologies, Pty Limited, 1994 to 2012. Havoc. Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition uses Havoc. Copyright 1999 to 2012, Havoc.com Incorporated, and its licensors, all rights reserved. FaceGen. FaceGen from Singular Inversions, Inc. Join the community and win goodies. Okay, chat, here's a QR code. You can feel free to snap it and scan it, and you can join the Bandai Namco community. But only if you're in Europe. This is a European version of the guide for some reason. This is the one they included on Steam. There's your instructions. You've seen them, that's the last you'll see of them. Video game warranty. This video game carries a warranty conforming to the laws of the country in which it was purchased and valid for a duration of not less than 90, that is 90 days, 90, following the date of purchase. Proof of purchase required. The warranty is not valid in the following cases. 1. The video game was purchased for commercial or professional use. All such uses are strictly forbidden. 2. The video game is damaged due to incorrect handling, accident, or improper use by the consumer. For further information concerning this warranty, the consumer is invited to contact the retailer that sold the game or the hotline at the video game publisher in the country the game was purchased. And that's the instruction book for Dark Souls. We've done it. Now, obviously it's one thing to scan through an instruction book and read how you're supposed to play the game. One shape from official Google, thank you so much. It's one thing to just read all about that. And it's another thing entirely to experience that for yourself and really get a grip for the controls, a mastery for the way the game is played. Diplomatic, this is your final shape. You're bloody and worn out, but you have won. Congratulations. It is an honor, sir, ma'am. I think it was sir. I think you said you were with a gay man, Squirrel. Congratulations. So, as I was saying, it's one thing to just read all about the controls of the game, but it's another thing to master them, to experience them for yourself, to bend them to your will until you can finally and firmly say, you are a master of Dark Souls. And that's why I've brought together a very special guest tonight. Welcome to another edition of Fireside Chat. This is the Dark Souls themed talk show in which we bring on special guests to talk about the Dark Souls franchise. Today, if you'll give me just a moment to get them on the horn, I will give them a call. I will... Today, I am honored to bring to you again another honored guest, the world's third most prolific Dark Souls speedrunner, Chaos Blinkring. Mr. Blinkring, how are you today?
Doing well. What is everyone up to in the stream chat? Hey, can I get some oohs in the chat for everyone listening right now?
Yo, can we get a goddamn ooey for my man, Chaos Blinkring? Get on that shit.
There we go. That's what I like to see. I might
Fuck.
be quiet because this headset is bad.
That's
I bought
okay.
it from Walmart for $13.
Hell
That's
yes!
section.
Save money. That's what I always like to say right now.
That's what we like to see. That's what I like to see. The little green elephant. Let's go.
Classic fat slug. That's great to see.
Follow the mic.
I have turned up your volume, sir. Let me put on our background track for the segment.
All right.
Again, thank you very much for being here. I know
Yes, it's an elephant.
you had to take a lot of time out of your busy schedule to join our fireside chat and enjoy the wonderful elephants our chat has to offer.
Thank you. I'm really glad to be here on your many successful streams. You may also know me as Chaos Blinkring, or Beelzebub, or Watcher of the Stars, or Astral Throne Pandemonium X.
Yes, we have a number of wonderful, beautiful titles under your belt, don't we? Without further ado, I'd like to start with our questions for the evening. Let us start with our first topic of discussion. Being a largely non-linear game with great freedom and play styles and a high skill ceiling, it's no wonder Dark Souls is a popular game for many runners. What exactly about the game drew you in and made you realize this was the speed game for you?
From the prison island that makes the start of your journey, through cavernous and decayed forts, all the way to sprawling golden cities. Honestly, my favorite thing about the game just means that you have a multitude of viable locations, boss orders, grid setups, and most importantly, movesets to optimize your play around your standard sorted parties that inhabit these lands. What's really easy to understand the elements with fire and dark being the most accessible, I consider my build, the Chaos Bringer, as to tie with the thematic of a true demon pyromancer who's been slaying otherworldly foes for greater power, as a way to easily crush all competition and swaths of even most elite Dragon Knights before me. It was after many runs as a mix of Lord of Flames, Holy Knight, Azure Protector, Skybound Adventurer, Skybound Wanderer, Macho Ultimatum, Grand Order, Steel Giant, and my special co-op build I did with an old pal of mine known as Brofame Forever, and finally my most vaunted build of Chaos Bringer that I came to really see the outlines of a true speedrun, one where I would simply pick optimize, but one where I could find the power necessary to go and antagonize the whole realm with sweeping blows and powerful strikes to offset my enemies and secure the ultimate victory in the light and darkness.
Wonderful. Thank you as always for your perspective. It's always interesting to get the views of those who play video games in different ways, such as the speedrunning community. Now, what was your first experience with the Souls series? Did you play the games casually at first, or did you immediately dive headfirst into the world of speedrunning?
Holly, you know me for years. I don't take a casual attitude towards anything.
Of course.
I have to go very hard and very fast. And there's many players I hold a great respect for, such as Z Lonely Z Frenzy and Astro_Moon_Wings. Even before I would really consider my runs as speedruns, I was known around the community as a ruthless corner cutter, taking any and all pre-established build and blowing them out of the water by key components from these builds and modifying them into my own superior versus builds, which allowed me to turn such classic spells such as Dark Beads and Pursuers and modifying into them my Black Spear and Black Flies. And it was widely agreed upon that my advancements in these two spells would work out as an overall improvement. Some complain that for any percent run, fighting Manus, the Pontiff Devourer, at any point would be a waste, because before you could beat him, you would have to do the entire Lothram of the Abyss DLC, and fight Smurg himself as well, as the Dog Goat Lion enemy. But I mastered a form of roll known as the Unisonic, which allows me to dive during certain areas that would normally be unsafe on block, or miss, but allows me to follow up with pressure attacks, allowing me to get Manus' souls back to the black flies to trivialize the rest of the run. I would soon change my name from JJYYHUYYFHFHCCSGFJGJJ to Chaos Blinkering and submit my runs to Twin Galaxies, allowing my runs to be verified and uploaded for others.
Wonderful. Your talent, as always, never ceases to impress. Now, a question related to that. How difficult is it, would you say, to learn this game's speedrun? I know a man of your talent, it must have been quite easy, but how long did it take you to learn the route?
I binged it.
You binged
I
it?
use Bing in Xbox. Xbox One has Bing.
I see. Moving on to our next topic of discussion for the evening. The Souls series is known worldwide for its Estus Flask drink, which the player character may use to restore their health. Now, I'm sure someone such as yourself isn't terribly acquainted with the drink, given that your amazing prowess means you never need to heal, unless very necessary for a run tactic. But what do you believe the Estus Flask drink tastes like?
Simple. After years of grinding away at Demon Souls, I stopped myself on a world record pace run one day and decided to try and compromise and comprehend what this ichor could possibly be. Such an ambrosia could only be used with the finest of materials. So I envisioned all my favorite foods and set out to work on my very own Estus for me to grow a power with. I started with a Wolf Canyon black bean chili in my pot for a solid 6 setting on my gas stove, until it started to lightly bubble. While this was happening, I chopped up some onions and put a little rib rub in the chili for texture and flavoring. Finally, when the chili was done, I ordered a pizza from Little Caesars and put it in the chili in the fridge so that it would cool. After waiting for 23 minutes, they dropped the pizza off in the pizza portal, and I picked the pizza up from the pizza portal and got my Buffalo Ranch Little Dippers to go with my pizza. I just got from Little Caesars pizza portal after Sierra Mist, so I would have something to wash it all down with. I got home and the chili finally cooled off, so I put a slice of the pizza and the Buffalo Ranch into the blender and patiently turned it on high for about 4 minutes. I had the onions and blend for another 4 minutes. I had the Sierra Mist and blend for another 4 minutes. I added some shredded cheese into the blender and blend for another 4 minutes. I then blended for another 4 minutes. I proceeded to add some Pepto-Bismol into the mix and began to drink. If I ever had to describe what God would sound like, it would be what I felt like when I was in the toilet and then admitted to an EMT specialist for the next 19 hours. Overall, it wasn't very good, but I got a personal best on Wario Land 3, so I have the pizza to thank for that.
Fantastic. Your insight continues to amaze, and I'm sure everyone at home is chomping at the bit to try your amazing Estus Flask recipe, which, might I remind everyone watching, is canon compliant. Now, on to our next topic of discussion for the evening. What is your favorite trick to pull off in the Dark Souls speedrun?
I have one known as Legalian Field, named after the famous writer Legalian, known for his work The Fly, which is a little foreshadowing as to how the trick works. When fighting the stray demon on your return to the prison island, there's a chance that during his fire explosion attack you can actually activate a parry around a specific hit check on his left butt cheek. Now, you will still take damage, but the pushback and launch will happen, and your character animation will be stuck in the air looping the parry, meaning that you will never roll on the ground and cancel all your momentum, allowing your character to fly just 634 units off the ground, which is just 2 units shy to be able to cross the boundary from stopping you in Lost Izalith, which literally requires the Lord's Soul vessel to cross over into. Afterwards, you want to go to the demon ruins and get killed. Then you kick an egg carrier down a slope for like fucking 3 minutes until it pushes you under the slope with its grapple and you end up in Lost Izalith.
Amazing. I'm not sure if I'll be able to pull this off on my first run, but I have been taking notes, and I will need to try this on additional playthroughs. Similar to the previous topic of discussion, have you discovered any tricks for the run yourself, and if so, are they still used by active runners today, or are they obsolete?
Well, other than the Legalian Field, a lot of my optimization comes from damage output, using a combination of Chaos Springer's builds of Black Spear, Black Flies, and even Unisonic. A quick kill example that is still used today can be against Nito, the Ebony Scythe. My Chaos Springer allows me to use a Unisonic while falling into his arena to land on his low-mid block range, for which you can utilize a few options. If it's blocked, your first move should always do a standing light jab, then dash into the hitbox and either tick grab or start a jumping unique or delayed Unisonic. If he attempts to do Savage Rampage into his light option, let go of the button and to release Unisonic to keep up pressure. If he tried to mash jab or do the EX version of Savage Rampage, you can use the to really fish him out, and then follow up with Black Spear, which is an easy 3,418 damage combo. If you think he's going to go for an anti-air option that isn't Savage Rampage, try hitting with a 2H. Simply tick grab him out of the 2H options if he didn't do that, or 2H him while he actually jumps and you can get a corner carry with Chaos Caliber, and proceed to set up Okazeme with Black Flies. While there aren't a lot of positive matchups against him, this is how you would properly utilize a neutral situation against him if you really want to open up for EX Chaos Caliber Karma wall bounce combos that will really be useful during Sim and Samamis.
Fascinating. I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say we're all learning so much. Everyone in chat, I do hope you're taking notes. I don't believe you'll ever come to the ranks of the world's third most prolific Dark Souls speedrunner, but never give up, as they say. Now, our next topic of discussion for the evening. How would you describe the Dark Souls speedrunning community? Is it a friendly and open one that encourages cooperation and the sharing of strategies, or is it one where the secrets of speed are hoarded by the dragons of online?
You boys got the real class cards out there, utilizing strange control schemes to beat the games in challenge runs, speed racing for the thrill of a live competition on Twitch TV, and a sliver of world record fame. And of course the numerous game facts and NeoGAF forums, uploading tricks, slicks, clicks, chicks, wicks, snicks, and tips at every seemingly open month.
Of course.
Opening the game for more and more optimization, while clearly not everything shown can be used in real-time runs. Single segments are always ripe for the start text of an area in the next least amount of time. One way to do this is start the game on easy, then start recording when the screen says hard, then just kind of go at it because the numbers won't be as scary. Some nerds and real number crunchers will always get on track and point out contradictions, and the game doesn't have an easy mode. How did you do that? But it's simply a fight over game skill and respect, never about actual exploits that people like us find each day. Anyway, I'm banned for Qdoba, and everyone throws live hyenas at me at GDQ, so I can't go anymore.
An absolute tragedy has befallen one of the world's most prolific Dark Souls speedrunners, but thank you, as always, for the fascinating insight into a community that not all of us can say we're a part of. Our next topic of discussion for the evening. We all know you've won and earned a great number of accolades for your work in the DS speedrunning community. What would you say is, out of all of the trophies you've collected, your favorite?
My earlier controversy, no one has ever disputed the fact that my kill on the Four Kings was ingenious. What the developer intended for the fight is that you drop down into the featureless abyss in Lost San Orlando and meet with first king and begin his fight. The rest of the fight's difficulty starts to escalate if you fail to kill the first king in a good amount of time, but even when you do, more kings will start to appear, quickly filling the screen with slashes, blasts, and energy waves. Normally in a regular speedrun, killing the very minimum amount of 3 kings was achieved with the likes of going in naked to get fast rolls and using great magic weapon or drake sword spam on the kings. But I thought to myself, what if you don't need to fight any of the kings at all? Here's the strategy. It was simple. Using RL Decoy near the Hollow Tower, where you engage the kings will attract the Dark Wraith Knights, allowing you to gather them and drop them in the hole, allowing them to fight the kings due to a unique flag stating that anything entering the Four Kings arena will trigger the kings and cause each other to aggro. This allows you to simply use the homeward bone and start doing other parts of the game while the knights and kings figure it out, and after the time giving you bequeathed to Lord Soul. While modern day skiffs have nullified the use of this strategy, it earned me a many upvote on online Dark Souls hotspots.
Yes, and it is a wonder how no one was able to think of the strategy before you did. Frankly, sir, you are a modern-day visionary, and it is an honor to have you here with us tonight, us humble Dark Souls peasants. Now, if you'll forgive me for the ass-kissing a little bit, I've got a bit of a controversial topic to discuss.
What do you mean?
I'm sure we're all aware of the feud between you and the world's 4th most prolific Dark Souls speedrunner.
Oh.
Huge _iron_Tarkus_lover_49.
Yeah.
The rivalry between you two seems bitter and cruel, but rumor floats around to this day that the two of you were, or perhaps still are, good friends. Would you care to comment?
Well, I get a lot of questions over what happened between us, but the truth is that we actually never and begin talking about what made us really work together. We actually go way back as competitors for Silent Hill 4 Personal Best, where he was known as huge_twin_victims_lover_48. And we got along well because, well, he simply loved Silent Hill 4. It wasn't until I got into Dark Souls when I noticed his quirks. First of all, he immediately changed to his most famous and recognized name, huge_iron_Tarkus_49 on, like, every website.
Right.
Well, normally something I, like, really don't mind, because, I mean, we've all gone through different names. I mean, I was Astral Throne Pandemonium, and all those. I mean, he just changed the number, which was 48, to, like, 49. I mean, he was obsessed with the number 48, so I came in a shock. I got in a TeamSpeak with him, and he just sent me, like, this like, picture of, like, a camel.
Could I see that picture?
Put it on screen? Yeah, I sent you. Can you put it on screen?
Just a moment while I fetch that. Here we are. Interesting.
Yeah. It's just... I don't understand. The camel was... It defined my life. It had the 49 on it. And, I mean, he loved 48. It was baffling. The next following months, we were just... finally running together, and he kept saying shit like, "Would you be my 50th?" And fucking screaming me, because his runs would always be off by like a second. Then he'd go boot up Call of Duty and say he's gonna look for his 50th. The last time we ran something was actually doing a live race, and it was like, fucking scary, because he wore all the same clothing as me. Print a picture of my asshole out on his Xbox 360, and when he ended up losing, he didn't say anything, but yeah, good game, dude. I'm sorry, I'll never have you as my 50th. Then walked out of the presentation room. Someone later said he was, like, seen eating the picture of my ass for, like, the rest of the con, and that he made a purchase for some wigs. I don't know if the dude is even still in the scene, but it's clear that maybe I just wasn't a good friend I needed to be, and it's weird to think where he could be nowadays.
Now, there's no need to be so hard on yourself. It's always important to understand that although, in retrospect, we feel there was something that we could have or should have done for others, it's important to remember they are their own person. Strange number decisions notwithstanding, but only they can choose how to live their life, and it's important to carry that with us as we go on.
I hope that someday they'll find themselves.
We miss you, big guy. Please don't let us know where you are. Now, on to our final question for the eve. Again, thank you very much for being here.
Problem.
If you could be any sword, which sword would it be? And why isn't it the Moonlight Greatsword?
Easy. Honestly, I'd love to have the Gravelord sword become my physical body. The fleet remains of all who cross me, as my Chaos Ruler build is just simply fuel for the Chaos Matter. And to be honest, I still don't know how to build Moonlight Greatsword, because someone told me you had to cut off Seath's tail, and I don't condone animal abuse.
Ah, man of principle as well as a man of speedrunning talent. Folks, we do love to see it. Can we get an animal cruelty champ in the chat? Oh no, that's not what I meant to say.
Can we get more of those green elephants?
Can we
I like 'em.
Can we get the green elephant in chat? Huge Iron Tarkus has tipped $1.69 and he's taunting your ass, Chaos Blink Ring.
Who's that fucker? Get him! Beat his ass! Get him out of here!
Huge Iron Tarkus Lover 49, we have found your credit card number and current GPS location. We are en route. We will stop you. Thank you very much for the tip, and you have yourself a wonderful evening, sir. And as for you, Chaos Blink Ring, I thank you once again for joining us tonight on our second ever Fireside chat. Hello? Ladies and gentlemen, Chaos Blink Ring has disappeared. Ladies and gentlemen, Chaos Blink Ring has gone offline. Well, thank you all very much for tuning in to what is quite possibly Chaos Blink Ring's final interview with anyone. This is sure to be one for the books, for better or for worse, and I am deeply and truthfully very afraid for my life. Now, we've all had a lot of fun here tonight, talking about Dark Souls, reading about what the game holds in store for us, reading about the instructions, holding a number of very special guests. Of course, you know what that means. We've prepared so much. I think we're ready. Only one thing remains, and of course, that would be the one thing you do with any piece of software: the End User License Agreement. Dark Souls Remastered End User License Agreement. Bandai Namco Entertainment End User License Agreement. Last updated December 19th, 2017. Please read this agreement carefully. By accessing or using our games or services, you agree to be bound by all terms described herein and all terms incorporated by reference. If you do not agree to all of these terms, do not access or use our games or services. This agreement contains, among other things, an arbitration provision, Section 19A, and a class action waiver, Section 19B, which does not apply if you reside outside the United States. Okay, chat, remember that. 19A and 19B, we don't have to read this, we're optimizing this. It's very important, as always, to read the EULA for every piece of software you use, but we don't need to read these sections, because I live in Canada, I am exempt. Do not forget 19A and 19B. If you are a resident of Germany, some specific clauses apply to you. See sections 7 and 15 for details. If you are a resident of the European Union, a specific clause applies to you. See section 10 for details. If you are a resident of Australia, a specific clause applies to you. See section 15 for details. If you are a resident of North, Central, or South America, excluding the United States, a specific clause applies to you. See Section 18 for details. If you are a resident of the United States, a specific clause applies to you. See Section 19 for details. Is the Canada skip still accepted? Yes, absolutely. We are going for the Canada skip. I need all of you to pray for me and give me your power as we work towards this. This End-User License Agreement, is a contract between you and either Bandai Namco Entertainment Inc., BNEI, Bandai Namco Entertainment America Inc., BNEA, Bandai Namco Entertainment Europe SAS, BNEE, or Bandai Namco Entertainment Asia PTE Ltd., BNE Asia, as applicable, in either case, Bandai Namco, us, we, or our, and applies to your access to and use of the game in which this agreement appears, or if posted online, the game referenced above, that would be Dark Souls Remastered, including, without limitation, any multiplayer, online, or downloadable portions thereof, and any related written or electronic documentation or content, the game. The game is licensed and not sold, and this agreement confers no title or ownership to the game or any copy thereof. This agreement does not alter in any way the terms or conditions of any other agreement you may have with Bandai Namco for products or services. Any changes, additions, or deletions by you are not acceptable and are hereby expressly rejected by Bandai Namco. Additional terms provided by us, including but not limited to posted fees, billing procedures, and promotion rules, may apply to particular functionalities and features that are part of the game. Unless otherwise indicated, any additional applicable terms are incorporated by reference into this agreement. I need a drink of water, one moment. In the events of a conflict between this agreement and any additional terms, the additional terms shall govern with respect to such particular functionalities and features. Number 1. Number 1. Contracting party. The Bandai Namco entity with which you are entering into a contractual relationship with depends on your place of residence. If you are a resident of North, Central, or South America, this agreement is between you and BNEA. That's me! I don't need to read the rest of this, it doesn't apply. Number 2. Privacy. Data collected through this game is held by BNEI in Japan. For more information, please refer to BNEI's privacy policy, which will be shown after this agreement, for information about how we collect, use, and disclose such data.
You just lost the game.
Abomination Zero, I appreciate the 134 shapes you've given to me. We haven't started playing the game yet, So I don't think that's right, but I appreciate the tip, and I appreciate the sentiment. Bit of an odd thing to bring up right now, as we were. Number 3, preconditions of the licenses. The licenses granted in this agreement are specifically conditioned upon the following and your full compliance with all other terms and conditions set forth in this agreement. A. You have reached the age of majority in your jurisdiction. If you are under the age of majority in your jurisdiction, your parent or legal guardian must agree to be bound by this agreement and any applicable additional terms. B. You agree to and comply with all of the terms in this agreement, and any additional terms as may be applicable to the game. C. Your access and use of the game is subject to certain security measures, including, without limitation, registering the game with a serial code, having continuous access to the internet, and accepting certain security and digital rights management features, or DRM. Failure to accept and fully comply with such security measures may partially or completely impair your use of the game. D. Your access and use of the game is in accordance with all applicable local, state, national, and foreign laws and regulations. E. Your access and use of the game only on local machines running validly licensed copies of operating systems on which the game was designed to operate, aka the hardware. F. You have accepted and are in compliance with all terms and conditions applicable to the hardware, including any term of such platform regarding the checkout process. Number 4. Limited use license. A. Subject to the terms of this agreement and your compliance with these terms, we grant you a non-exclusive, non-transferable, limited license to use the game for the term of the agreement in your country of residence on hardware that you own or exclusively control, and solely as permitted by the applicable platform usage rules or terms of use, if any. Any updates, supplements, or replacements to the original game are governed by this agreement, unless the separate license terms accompany such update. B. The proceeding states the entirety of your rights with respect to the game, and we reserve all rights in and to the game not expressly granted to you in this agreement. Without limiting the foregoing, you will not do or authorize or permit any third party to do any of the following. 1. Distribute, copy, license, rent, or sell the game except as expressly permitted by this license or the applicable platform usage rules. 2. Use the game for any purpose other than your own personal non-commercial uses. 3. Reverse engineer, decompile, disassemble, or attempt to discover the source code for the game. 4. Modify, alter, or create any derivative works of the game. 5. Remove, alter, or obscure game. 6. Use the game for purposes for which it is not designed. 7. Use the game for any hardware that you do not use or exclusively control. 8. Circumvent or attempt to circumvent any security measures of the game. Or 9. Attempt to obscure or mask your region when accessing any online features of the game. Number 5. Ownership. The game and all content other than user content as defined below. Spongy Cloud is tipped $1.
My brain has been fully liquefied by just so much in many words. Thank you very much for this gift, Mark.
Thank you very much for the tip, I appreciate.
We're not done yet!
The game and all content, other than user content as defined below, and other materials in the game were available through the game, including without limitation the Bandai Namco logo, and all designs, text, graphics, pictures, information, data, software, sound files, game currency, virtual items, other files, and the selection and arrangement thereof are the property of the Bandai Namco or its licensors, and are protected by copyright and other intellectual property laws and treaties. Notwithstanding any provision to the country herein, you agree that you have no right or title in or to any content that appears in the game, including without limitation any game currency and virtual items. 6. Term A. Subject to your satisfaction of the preconditions set forth in Section 3, this agreement will remain in full force and effect while you use the game. Either party may terminate this agreement with or without cause at any time with reasonable prior notice. You may terminate this agreement by deleting or destroying all copies of the game in your possession, custody, or control. Bandai Namco shall not be liable to you or any third party for termination of your use of the game. B. Without limiting any other rights of Bandai Namco, if you fail to comply with the terms and conditions of this agreement, Bandai Namco retains the right to immediately limit, suspend,
Or terminate.
your license to the game. C. Upon termination of this agreement, 1. Your license to the game shall cease immediately, and 2. You will not be entitled to a refund of any fees, including any unused fees, if any, except for purchased game currency refunded as required by applicable law.
Can you do the voice again but say, hell yeah, I have the power of God?
Hell yeah! I have the power of God!
D. Sections 4B, 5, 6D, 8, 11, 14, 223 shall survive termination of this agreement. Remember, 7, 10, and 19 are exempt. Thank you, Licatees, for the 5 bits. I appreciate the reminder. Number Number 7, amendments. Bandai Namco reserves the right to change or modify this agreement at any time and for any reason at Bandai Namco's sole discretion. If Bandai Namco makes changes to this agreement, we will provide 1 month prior notice of such changes, such as by providing notice through the game. Your continued use of the game after the effective date of such change will confirm your acceptance of the revised agreement. If you are a resident of Germany, in addition to the above terms in the section, we are not a resident of Germany, so the following additional wording does not apply to us. You have taken damage. Awesome. Thank you, Motive11331, for the, I believe that was 700 shapes. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Okay, this is the Germany wedge, we don't need to read this. Big slap-footed cowboy nuts! Thanks for the sub. Number 8, modification to the game. Bandai Namco reserves the right to modify or discontinue temporarily or permanently the game or any features or portions thereof with prior reasonable notice, and in case of emergency or if absolutely necessary, without prior notice. You agree that Bandai Namco will not be liable for any modification, suspension, or discontinuance of the game or any parts thereof. Gibbles and Bits, thank you for the 2 bits. I'm very impressed by the skip myself, I gotta be frank. Number 9, in-game currency and virtual items. A. Bandai Namco may offer you the ability to 1. Purchase a limited license to use in-game currency, aka purchase game currency. 2. Earn a limited license to use in-game purchases currency by performing specified tax in the game, together with the purchase game currency, and or 3. Earn a limited license and or purchase a limited license with game currency to virtual goods and services made available by Bandai Namco to the game virtual items. If Bandai Namco offers the ability to purchase or earn such licenses, Bandai Namco shall grant you a non-exclusive, non-transferable, revocable, limited right and license to use such game currency or virtual items, as applicable for your personal, non-commercial use exclusively in the game, subject to the terms of this agreement and your compliance therewith. B. Game currency may only be redeemed for virtual items for use in the game, and neither game currency nor virtual items are redeemable for money, anything of monetary value, or any monetary equivalent from Bandai Namco or any other person or entity, except as otherwise required by applicable law. Thank you for the silly voices there helping offset your ADHD. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you, Saint Intolerant, for the 5 shapes. I appreciate it. Game currency and virtual items do not have an equivalent value in real currency and do not act as a substitute for real currency. Neither Bandai Namco nor any other person or entity has an obligation to exchange game currency or virtual items for anything of value, including but not limited to real currency. You acknowledge and agree that Bandai Namco may engage in actions that may impact the in-game attributes or perceived value of game currency and or virtual items at any time, I had a hiccup. Except as prohibited by applicable law, Bandai Namco, in its sole discretion, may impose limits on the amounts of game currency that may be purchased, earned, or redeemed. C. All purchase of purchased game currency are final and not refundable, transferable, or exchangeable under any circumstances, except as otherwise required by applicable law. Except for the purchase price of purchased game currency and certain virtual items, Bandai Namco does not charge any fees for the access, use, or non-use of game currency or virtual items. D. You may not transfer, sell, gift, exchange, trade, lease, sublicense, or rent game currency or virtual items, except in the game and as expressly permitted by Bandai Namco. Except as otherwise agreed herein, Bandai Namco reserves and retains all rights, title, and interest in and to the game currency and virtual items. The license granted hereunder to game currency and virtual items will terminate upon termination of this agreement in accordance with Section 6, except as otherwise provided herein. Number 10, right of withdrawal. If you are a resident of a member state of the European Union, we are not, so I'll skip that. Number 11, user content. By posting any communication, information, intellectual property, material, messages, photos, graphics, videos, URLs, and other items or content to the game, aka user content, to the extent permitted by applicable local law, you hereby grant Bandai Namco a non-exclusive, royalty-free, fully transferable, and sub-licensable worldwide license for the whole duration of the applicable legal protection of intellectual rights to use the user content in connection with the game and related goods and services, including the rights to reproduce, copy, adapt, modify, perform, create derivative works from, display, publish, broadcast, transmit, or otherwise use, distribute, exploit, and communicate to the public by any and all means and media, whether now known or hereafter devised, without any further notice or comprehension of any kind to you. If you got scary future media that can beam Dark Souls straight to your brain, it's not exempt. It's not exempt. They thought of everything. To the extent permitted by applicable law, you hereby waive any moral right of paternity, publication, reputation, or attribution with respect to Bandai Namco's and other players' use and enjoyment of such assets in connection with the game and related goods and services under applicable law. The license grant to Bandai Namco survives any termination or revocation of this agreement. Number 12, online conduct. Unless through the intentional fault or gross negligence of Bandai Namco is not responsible or liable for the conduct of any users, whether or not such conduct relates to the access or use of the game. Bandai Namco may suspend or terminate your access to the game at any time if you violate the terms of this Section 12 or any other terms and conditions of this agreement. Bandai Namco may, for example, in response to a claim from a copyright owner, review any user content that is uploaded, published, stored, or displayed on the game, hereinafter posted. I need a drink. Provided that in the case of user content shared as a part of any private messages within the game, Bandai Namco will not screen or review such content unless at least one party to the communication grants its consent, e.g., by reporting the messages to Bandai Namco as objectionable. Bandai Namco reserves the right to delete or refuse to take online any user content. Although Bandai Namco does not regularly screen, edit, or monitor any of the user content posted on the game, Bandai Namco reserves the right and has absolute discretion to remove, screen, or edit any user content posted through the game. If Bandai Namco determines it is in reasonable discretion.
Holly, this stream is giving the adjective. Thank you.
I don't know if that's good or not. I hope that's good. Mavis Beacon, thank you so much for the $1.37 tip. If Bandai Namco determines it is in reasonable discretion that such user content violates this agreement and or any third-party right, applicable law, rule, or regulation, you may not use the game if you have previously been suspended or removed from the game. You are solely responsible for any user content that you post or transmit to any users or third parties. Specifically, you agree not to do, attempt to do, or cause another to do any of the following in connection with the game. Control F Bandai Namco. Oh, that totally lost our space. 82. There are 82 results. We were at number 12, I remembered that. It's fine. Progress restored. Humanity restored. It's fine. A. Post any user content that is unlawful, libelous, defamatory, offensive, obscene, pornographic, indecent, vulgar, lewd, sexually explicit, harassing, threatening, invasive of privacy or public rights, abusive, inflammatory, or fraudulent, promotes or encourages any illegal or other antisocial behavior.
Ye fucking whore gamer.
Thank you, Big Slappin' Cowboy Nuts, for the $2.69 tip! Where was I? Including hacking, promotes racism, bigotry, hatred, or physical or other harm of any kind against any group or individual or is otherwise objectionable. B. Posts any user content that may infringe any patent, trademark, trade secret, copyright, or other intellectual or proprietary right of any person or entity. C. Engage in commercial activities or commercial sales, including transmission of any commercial advertisements or solicitations. D. Enter, disclose, or disseminate any personal information about anyone, including you. E. Impersonate any person or entity, including any Bandai Namco officials, foreign leaders, guides, hosts, employees, or agents, or falsely state or otherwise misrepresent your affiliation with a person or entity. F. Impede or disrupt the game or the normal flow of gameplay or dialogue, or use vulgar language, abusiveness, excessive shouting, e.g. all caps, spamming, or any other disruptive or detrimental methods that disturb other users of the game. G. Use or exploit any bugs, errors, or design flaws to obtain unauthorized access to the game to get an unfair advantage over other players, or to cheat or utilize unauthorized exploits in connection with the game, including but not limited to accessing portions of the game. And Gremlin with 20 shapes! That just says EULA over and over again. Thank you very much for the bits, I appreciate it. Including but not limited to accessing portions of the game that you are not authorized to access and using any bots, emulators, or other unauthorized third-party tools, or on Twitch with the 10 bits. You've returned after purchasing more gum? Hell yeah, welcome back! We're reading the goddamn EULA to make sure we don't break any laws. H. Do anything that interferes with the ability of other users to enjoy playing the game in accordance with its rules that materially increases the expense or difficulty of Bandai Namco or the platform provider in maintaining the game or the enjoyment of all its users. I. Intentionally disconnect from the network during online play or allow yourself to be defeated by a given player repeatedly to help boost their rankings or win counts in the game. J. Trade, sell, auction, or otherwise transfer or attempt to transfer any virtual items or game currency outside the game. K. Otherwise violates the terms of this agreement other policies communicated by Bandai Namco, or create liability for Bandai Namco. Halfway point! I need a drink. Sane Intolerant with the one awesome shape. We did it. We are halfway through. We're here. Record time. No one has ever made it through the EULA this fast. Number 13, copyright policy. Copyright owners or agents of copyright owners who believe that... 2 bits from Gibbles and Bits. The biggest run killer, and I am absolutely destroying it. Thank you for the well wishes. I appreciate it. I genuinely could not have done it without any of you here to support me. Copyright owners or agents of copyright owners who believe that any in the game infringes upon any copyright.
I had to take a Benadryl and am trying not to fall asleep to your voice. Please read aggressively so I do not fall asleep.
Rare underwater fish, I'll do my best. Owned or controlled by them may submit a notification of such infringement with our designated copyright agent. Ugh!
This kind of safe gaming research is exactly what I'm looking for in the Twitch market. Thank you, Holly, for providing a safe environment for gaming. Trans rights.
You're very welcome, and thank you for the tip. As set forth below, the processing of your notification can be expedited by providing the information and declarations set out in 17 USC, whatever symbol this is, 512C3. Compliance with this statute is not a prerequisite for infringement notifications except for copyright owners located in the United States. Any person who knowingly misrepresents in a notification that the material or activity is infringing may be liable for any damages, including costs and attorney's fees incurred by us or the alleged infringer as the result of our relying upon such misrepresentation in removing or disabling access to the accused material or activity. Bandai Namco has adopted a policy of terminating in appropriate circumstances and at Bandai Namco's sole discretion users who are repeat infringers of the intellectual property rights of third parties, provided, however, that Bandai Namco also may limit or terminate access to the game of any users who infringe any intellectual property rights of others, whether or not there is any repeat infringement. Bandai Namco Entertainment Incorporated. Attention, copyright agent 5378 Shiba Minatoku, Tokyo 1080014, Japan. 813-6744-6112 by phone, or 813-6866-0577 by fax. Copyright agent at Bandai Namco ent.co.jp. Number 14, third-party content. Well, we're going with the 2 bits. How many people in the world do you think have read this all the way through like I am? I'm gonna take an awful guess and say not too many. This is exclusive content never before seen that you can only get here at twitch.tv/hollow_tones and bugs! With a $30 tip, thank you so much! I'm glad that this has been an educational experience for you. And the Ray Zone with the subscription, thank you so much. Content from any users, advertisers, and other parties may be made available to you through the game. Because we do not control third-party content, you agree that unless due to intentional fault or gross negligence of Bandai Namco, we are not responsible for any third-party content. Ooh!
I made you look away.
You son of a bitch, you did it! You can't get away with this much longer, but thank you, Peach, for the 169 tip. I appreciate it. What am I fucking doing? Make no guarantees about the accuracy or quality of the information in third-party content and assume no responsibility for unintended, objectionable, inaccurate, misleading, or unlawful third-party content. Reference to any product, services, processes, or other information by trade name, trademark, manufacturer, supplier, or otherwise does not constitute or imply endorsement, sponsorship. Giri with the 10 shapes. Let me just read that. Expecting to be watching Dark Souls, but this is much more fun to watch. I'm glad to hear you're having fun. Dark Souls is coming very soon, I promise. Or recommendation thereof, or any affiliation therewith by Bandai Namco, except where expressly stated by Bandai Namco. Number 15. Disclaimer. You acknowledge and agree that Bandai Namco and its licensors and suppliers are not responsible or liable for any viruses or other disabling features that affect your access to or use of the game, or any incompatibility among the game or the other services and the hardware.
The game and all other services are provided as is, except as might be described herein. Bandai Namco and its licensors and suppliers expressly disclaim warranties or conditions of any kind, express or implied, and arising by law or otherwise, including without limitation any implied warranties of non-infringement, merchantability, or fitness for a particular purpose. Some jurisdictions do not allow the disclaimer of implied terms nor the exclusion or limitation of warranties or guarantees in contracts with consumers.
What? You can't smoke if you're under 18. It's in the terms and conditions.
Thank you, Newt Magoot, for the 169. I appreciate it. This is the wrong game. This is not Tulip. That's a different one. I don't think the EULA has said anything about smoking yet. We'll have to keep looking. Make sure to hydrate. Good call. So some or all the disclaimers in this section may not apply to you. If you are a resident of Australia, in addition to the above terms, hang on just a second, I'm getting a message. Never mind, it's not important. Not immediate, at least. The following additional wording will apply to you. This Section 15 does not intend to limit or reduce any mandatory or statutory consumers' rights or remedies that apply under the laws of your local jurisdiction. To the extent permitted by law, the conditions and warranties implied by the Schedule 2 of the Competition and Consumer Act 2010, CTH, the Australian Consumer Law, are entirely excluded from this agreement, and to the extent that they may not be excluded, you acknowledge that the liability of Bandai Namco is limited to, and acknowledge that it is fair and reasonable to so limit Bandai Namco's liability to 1. The supplying of the game again, or 2. The payment of the cost of having the game supplied again. If you are a resident of Germany, we are not. We're gonna go for another German skip here. Let me just hang on a sec. Does not apply to us, does not apply to us, does not apply to us. Number 16, Internet. German skip complete. You acknowledge and agree that Bandai Namco is not responsible or liable for any delays or failures you may experience in initiating, conducting, or completing any transmissions or transactions in connection with the game in an accurate or timely manner. Furthermore, Bandai Namco cannot and does not promise or ensure that you will be able to access the online, multiplayer, or downloadable portions of the game whenever you want, and there may be extended periods of time when you cannot access such portions of the game. Bandai Namco does not ensure continuous error-free, secure, or virus-free operation of any online, multiplayer, or downloadable portions of the game, or continued operations or availability of any given server. Number 17, limitation on liability except for 1 death or personal injury caused by Bandai Namco's negligence. This game could kill you. 2. Fraud or fraudulent misrepresentation by Bandai Namco. This game could fraud you. 3. Intentional acts or gross negligence of Bandai Namco. This game could gross you. Number 4. Loss or destruction of tangible personal property caused by the use of the game. This game will fuck up your couch. Leon the Cowboy with the $3 tip.
That German skip was so risky, nicely done.
Thank you, Leon the Cowboy. I appreciate it. It was a tough thing to pull off. But I'm proud of myself for doing it, and I'm proud of all you for sticking through it with me. And 5. Any other liability which cannot be limited or excluded by applicable law. In no event shall Bandai Namco or its subsidiaries, affiliates, officers, employees, agents, and other partners and suppliers be liable for any indirect, special, consequential, or punitive damages or any other damages, including but not limited to loss of use, loss of profits, whether in an action in contract, tort, including negligence, or otherwise, arising out of or in any way connected with the use of or inability to use the game or the content contained in or accessed through the game, or the failure to provide support services. In the event of slight or ordinary negligence or breach of Bandai Namco's essential obligations under this agreement, Bandai Namco's liability shall be limited to direct and foreseeable damages suffered by you. In no event shall the aggregate liability of Bandai Namco Limited, whether in contract, warranty, tort, product liability, strict liability, intellectual property infringement, or other theory, arising out of or relating to the use of or inability to use the game or to these terms exceed.
This donation isn't funny and just having a good time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashinu, for the 169 tip. Exceed $100 or of higher the amount paid by you to Bandai Namco for your use of the game. This Section 17 does not limit any mandatory or statutory guarantees that cannot be limited by contract under the laws of your local jurisdiction. Number 18, dispute resolution. This Section 18 applies to you only if you reside in North, Central, and South America, other than the United States. Folks, we've made it. If you are a resident of any nation of the Americas other than the United States of America, either you or BNEA may refer to any dispute relating to or arising from this agreement or the game to alternative dispute resolution, such as conciliation or arbitration, with the prior written consent of the other party. Notwithstanding the foregoing, the terms of this agreement will not prevent you from bringing any dispute or claim that may be subject to the Section 18. 1. To the attention of any federal, state, or local government agencies that can, if the law allows, seek relief from BNEA on your behalf. Scribbler Sis with a 169-cent tip.
I hear there's a skip where you can toss firebombs over the EULA and hit the accept button.
Oh, I can't do that one yet. I'm not good enough for that one. 2. Bring against BNEA in any court of competent jurisdiction any claim that is not arbitrable, or from which arbitration is prohibited or restricted by applicable law. Or 3. From bringing any claim before a small claims court, subject to the jurisdictional limitations and requirements of such small claims court. 19. Dispute resolution. This Section 19 applies to you only if you reside in the United States. Alright, folks, this is it. This is the US skip. Can we do it? Oh my god, I can't believe I did that. Look how close we are to the end now. Look how close we are to reaching the end of it. USA skip complete. See how easy that was? Anyone can do it. Speedrunning is easy. Number 20. Governing law. To the extent required by applicable law, all terms and provisions of this agreement shall be governed and construed in accordance with all applicable mandatory laws, even if inconsistent with the governing law set forth in this Section 20. And in no event shall the application, interpretation, or enforcement of the terms of this agreement under any jurisdictional law contemplated by this Section 20 exclude, limit, or otherwise restrict any rights vested within you as a consumer under any applicable consumer protection laws. Please note. Big slapping cowboy nuts with another big one.
I'm neglecting writing D stuff to listen to this, and I cannot state more how better this is. You can do it, Holly. Also trans girl wants baby.
Thank you, Big Slapping Cowboy Nuts, for the tip. I appreciate it, and I wish you the best of luck in getting your D&D writing sorted out. I know how hard that can be. But I appreciate your watching, and I appreciate your support, as always. Please note that your conduct may also be subject to other local, state, national, and international laws. The parties agree that the UN Convention on Contracts for the International Sale of Goods shall not apply to any dispute or transaction arising out of this agreement. If you reside in North, Central, or South America, this is it, this is for us. The laws of the state of California, excluding its conflict of law rules, govern this application, interpretation, or enforcement of the terms of this agreement and your use of the game. If you reside in Asia, excluding Japan, not us. If you reside in any other location, not us. Number 21, venue. If you reside in North, Central, or South America, hey, that's us. You and BNEA expressly agree that for all claims and disputes arising out of or relating to this agreement and or your use of the game that are not subject to the arbitration agreement in Section 19 above, exclusive jurisdiction for any such claim or action shall be the federal or state courts that govern Santa Clara County, California, and you expressly consent to the exercise of personal jurisdiction of such courts. We do not reside in Asia, excluding Japan. We do not reside in any other location. Bubblegum Beanie with the one amazing shape to 100% no skip run next. Maybe some other time. Number 22. Third-party beneficiaries. Any person or entity who is not a party to this agreement shall have no rights under any law to enforce any terms of this agreement, regardless of whether such person or entity has been identified by name. Nothing in this section shall affect the rights of any permitted assignee or transferee of this agreement. Number 23. Miscellaneous. The home stretch, ladies and gentlemen. We're right at the bottom. This agreement contains the entire agreement between you and Bandai Namco regarding the use of the game. If any provision of this agreement is held invalid or unenforceable, the remainder of this agreement shall continue in full force and effect for the remainder of the term, or as otherwise set forth in Section 7D, except if such provision deprives the agreement from its essential obligations. You may not assign this agreement or any of its rights under this agreement without the prior written consent of Bandai Namco, and any attempted assignment without such consent shall be void. Subject to the foregoing restriction, this agreement will be fully binding upon inure to the benefit of and be enforceable by us and our respective successors and assigns. The failure of Bandai Namco, I don't know why that's so funny to me, but just seeing the failure of Bandai Namco is making me crack up. The failure of Bandai Namco to exercise or enforce any right or provision of this agreement shall not operate as a waiver of such right or provision. The section titles in this agreement are for convenience only and have no legal or contractual effect. To contact BNEA, please contact BNEA's customer support line at BandaiNamcoEnt.com/support or by writing to BNEA at Bandai Namco Entertainment America Incorporated. Oop.
Wait, I missed Article 6A. Can you start from the beginning, Plaza?
Coot Magoot, thank you so much for the $1.69 tip.
No.
Bandai Namco Entertainment America Incorporated, 2051 Mission College Boulevard, Santa Clara, California, 95054, USA. To contact BNEE, please contact BNEE through BNEE customer service at http://www.bandainamcoent.eu/support or Bandai Namco Entertainment Europe SAS, 4951 Rue des Docks, CS 90618 69258, Lion Cedex 09, France. Corvus Felance, thank you for the $1 tip.
The
failure of Bandai Namco.
To contact BNE Asia, please contact BNE Asia through BNE Asia customer service at https://www.bandainamcoent.com.sg/support. We did it! We made it to the end of the Dark Souls Remastered end-user license agreement.
She did it, Twitch.
And Wheeldens, thank you for the $6.90 tip. I did it, Twitch. Everyone, for years has all been telling me, Holly, you can't do it. You can't go on Twitch.tv and you can't read the Dark Souls Remastered EULA to people. And now here I am, showing them all how wrong they were. I've done it. I'm the survivor. I alone remain. Try to read the $1.69
Holly,
tip.
if you're Canadian, you got to read the French version of the EULA as well. It's the law.
That's not how the law works. It's not that you're obliged to read it in English and French. It's that it's obliged to be provided in English and French. It's different. It's kind of like what you said, but it's different. Not quite. It's different. It's different. It's different.
Well, we've done it. We've read all about Dark Souls as a game, all about the greater franchise. We've read a little bit about the plot of the game. We've had the interesting perspective of a lore expert with us.
Different.
Thank you, actually, Zavern, for the 100 yummy shapes. It's different. We read all about how the game works mechanically. We read all about the controls, the different features, how a menu works, the keybinds for keyboard, how it's recommended to use an Xbox 360 controller. I don't got that. I got a Nintendo Switch Pro controller. I know it. I love it. It works great with my PC. You just plug it in and play. It's got a good heft and feel, and I like the control sticks. It'll work. It'll work. It will work. And, of course, we had the interesting perspective of the world's third most prolific Dark Souls speedrunner. We did attempt to reach the number 1 and number 2 most prolific speedrunner, but as you know, the final metamorphosis of any speedrunner requires them to go into the world of the game itself and complete the final run, cementing themselves as living forever in the digital world. And as you can expect, the world of Lordron does not have very good Wi-Fi or cell reception, so we could not get in touch with them. I hope you understand. We had a great chat with Chaos Blinkring. May he be safe wherever he is. I'm very scared. If you have seen him, if Chaos Blinkring, if you are still watching, please let us know. I'm so worried. And then, of course, as with any piece of software, we reviewed the end-user license agreement. This is something you have to do for every piece of software you have. It's important to know the legality of the software, how you're supposed to use it, how you can't use it, just to make sure you aren't breaking any laws. I see Nightbot says the test has passed. Wonderful. I think this is more than enough prep work. I think... And you'll have to forgive me, just because I'm a little unsure, I'm a little nervous. It's my first time playing a Dark Souls game, so I'm kind of worried here. I think we might be ready to play Dark Souls. And if you'll allow me just a moment, I'll get that set up for you. Let me just... I had to set up a bunch of different, scenes for this stream, so I gotta make sure I'm on the right one for the game. Let me just... Okay, open it up. One moment, please. I think it's important to go through the tutorial of the game. Like, I know we covered everything we just did, but I want to make sure I'm getting the mechanics right, you know? Hang on, the capture's a little weird. And it has crashed. That's our first crash of the night. Grandpa Piss, thank you very much for the subscription. Allow me just a moment. It has crashed again. That's new. It's never done this to me before. I mean, given it's my first time playing the game, but... this doesn't bode well. Okay. Let's look at some Dark Souls basics. We'll be using this puzzle as an example. In Dark Souls, you must use the hints displayed by other players to fill in the squares.
Fuck yeah, Dark Souls, I love Solar, I love TA.
Ava speaking, thank you very much for the tip. One moment, let me try and fix this. It is not working. That's frustrating. Huh. I spent all this time testing everything else, and of course it figures the capture of the game is the one thing that don't work right. Interesting. What if I tried moving it over here? And that crashes it again. This is the failure of Bandai Namco. I guess we're just gonna have to play it with, like, the capture card sidebar. That's a bit frustrating. I guess I'll get that sorted out someday? What if I... make you smaller? Then enter full screen this way. Anyways, in Dark Souls, you must use the hints displayed by other players of the game to complete battles. These hints show the number of connected squares for that spell. Leon the Cowboy, thank you for the $1 tip.
Classic Dark Souls skeptical SMA.
You know, it's really a shame. They spent all this time talking up the remaster and how it has, like, enhanced graphics and better features and how it's more stable than ever before, and yet here we are. And it's crashed again. I wiggled my mouse into the window by accident and it's crashed again. I swear I'm not doing this as a bit. This is actually really frustrating. Fuck. Let's try that again. Okay. Hey, how's my processor doing? Is my system, like, getting hit hard or something? No, it's doing fine. Huh. So, the 2 squares here.
Guess this is what they meant about that shoddy PC port. Welcome to Dark Souls Prepare to Crash Edition.
I guess. It's really disappointing. I mean, I spent all this time preparing for it, and it's just going like this, but thank you for the support. I do appreciate it. So, the 2 enemies here are connected to the 4 squares in this row. When there are multiple numbers, like 3, 1, there will always be a gap between the squares, represented by each number. How high is my soul level? It's reached 405, and it's still going up. To reveal the hidden picture, use the hints to fill in the correct squares. This must be the riddles that, like, the pre-alpha version was talking about.
Holly, I love this game. I have 100% D this game with 80 hours playtime total. I really like puzzles, smile. About 25 puzzles away from 100% in Dark Souls S3 as well, lol.
Hey, hell yeah! I'm happy to hear that. This is my first time experiencing it, so I'm excited to give it a look, but it looks like it's right up my alley. I'm gonna do something evil and try and finagle with this again to see if it'll cooperate. Are you gonna work now? No, you're gonna crash again. Okay. Let's try that again. Fuck. See, the combat is simple to learn, but difficult to master. It's intuitive.
While I'm awake still, please defeat your enemies. I'm so proud of you as a fellow lesbian.
Thank you, rare underwater fish. I appreciate the tip. Once all correct squares are filled in, the boss is defeated, and the hidden picture will appear. Let's start here. As this is a 5x5 fight, the hints mean that the whole column should be filled in.
Have a go.
I'm sorry to fail Dark Souls is being bad, but we're all sticking with you, Holly. You got this.
Well done. Next, let's look at this row. This 3-1 line has 3 connected squares and 1 isolated square. There's at least 1 empty square between them. Let's try filling in the line. Now, as you can see, I've gone for a pyromancy build, so of course I do get to start with ranged attacks like this. They're not very strong to start out with, but they do level up as you increase the power of your, I believe it was called Relic or Reliquary or something that you used to cast spells. Don't touch that for now. We don't need to fill in this leftover square. Always put an X on squares that you're certain about not filling in. Good. Next, let's look at this row. There's already a square filled in. There are only 2 ways this line can be filled. We don't know which way is correct, but we know the corner squares are empty. So let's cast Greater Fireball on the corner squares. Well done. The X goes here, which means the 2 has to be filled in here. Whoops, don't touch that one. Which means we've defeated the rest of the enemies in this room, so it's now safe to proceed. Well done. Let's look at this column. 1 open square at the top. Sometimes other players will try and invade you when you're playing, when you're human. It's Sometimes they can be really hard to beat, but as long as you believe in yourself, you can persevere. That's it. That's our first invader down. You know, I know this is supposed to be like a tutorial fight and all, but I gotta be honest, I'm kind of disappointed with the difficulty here. This trick will come in handy for many boss fights. As you can see, over time you start to recognize the patterns of the bosses and enemies you're fighting. So, as you struggle through the game, you sort of gradually start to catch on to things and get better at dealing with what it throws at you. It's all a series of interconnected systems working in specific certain ways. Now, back to the fight. So, we've run out of charges for our first pyromancy, so if we simply focus a little bit on melee attacks, it is much easier to get through this. Just like that. I'm impressed we haven't taken very much damage yet. Alright. And now it's time for the boss fight. If you jump off the crenellation here, you can dive right towards the boss's head and give him a crown strike, which will defeat him in one blow. And that's the first boss fight. Have fun playing Dark Souls. Just a moment. Okay. Back to it. You know, the whole feature of like allowing other players to like summon into your world to better deal with a lot of bosses, it's a good feature. I think I'll probably check it out someday. I think for now I just want to try playing for a bit on my own to sort of get a better grip on the system myself. Let's give it a try. As you can see here, we've made it to the Undead Sanctuary. In record time, might I add. Making great use of the spells that I decided to start with. This enemy is giving me a bit of trouble, I'll be honest. He's giving me the runaround, but, you know, be patient, I'm new. Okay, so it works like that. I've got a couple charges left on this pyromancy. If I just... like that. Okay, this is a bit of a risky maneuver. I don't know if I can pull this off, but I'm sure it's gonna get harder at some point, but I gotta say, this is a lot easier than I was led to believe. The game is very insistent that I summon other players. Okay, so this is some kind of demon, I guess. I didn't think demons were going to be such a focus of this game. I should grind here for a while. Okay, like, guys, calm down. I know there's like a no backseating rule, but like, Wayne is a trusted friend of mine who I know has a lot of experience with the Dark Souls games, and so I'll ask, try and ease back on it a little bit. But I will say, I do appreciate the advice. I think I might just need to level up a little bit here. I think I'll be okay. The combat in this game is a lot like that of Monster Hunter. There's differences, obviously, but I mean, enough is similar that I feel pretty confident in what I'm doing. Like, I'm being maybe a little generous with the spells, but I mean, I figure if you've got a resource and you're not using it, it's a waste of a spell slot, you know? So you might as well pop it while you got it. Okay, so... we're coming up here on an enemy I like to call Beef Jerky Man. He's got a wide variety of dangerous attacks. You've got to be careful. He looks deceptively simple, but he can get you. Okay, I'm going to cast the Wall of Fire spell. This conjures up a wall of fire, as you can see right now. This will protect me from ranged attacks, as well as anyone who gets close to me is instantly fried and takes damage. I gotta say, this game is really generous with the checkpointing. Listen, game, I get it. Summoning is a cool feature, but I don't want to do it right now. Give me some time. Okay. So up here, I think it's about time we upgrade our weapon. We've been using the starter weapon for a while. It's a little weak. I mean, it's gotten us this far, and I'm a little attached to it and all, but I don't know. Ever since that instruction book told me about the giant club, I think I gotta use that. See, Wayne's right. Enemy locations were in the EULA. And if all of you were listening, A, you would have known this, and B, you would have passed the test. You're gonna have to repeat Dark Souls School. And frankly, I'm a little bit disappointed in you, but I want you to know this isn't the end, and you can... There's still hope for you. Okay, we're coming up on a bonfire here soon. I can see it in the distance. We just have to deal with this great green dragon. I've taken a little bit of damage, but I can just take a drink of this Estus flask, which I have on good authority is fucking disgusting.
Hey again, Holly. You are killing it, Queen. Keep it up, you're doing great. Trans rights.
Thank you, Skeet, for the 125 tip. I appreciate it. And the Hog Champs. I heard them in the donation. So that means, if we just... You don't have to fight every enemy in this game, clearly. You can just avoid some of the fights. So I'm just going to run right past this guy, and I'm just going to swoop in, and... That's not right. Something here is wrong. I see how it is. Now, remember, it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to take a little bit of damage. As long as you don't die. And we haven't died yet. See? And that's the first boss of Dark Souls. The first non-tutorial boss of Dark Souls. I'll just get on to the next level here. One moment. Okay. You know, I heard a lot of people complaining about the swamp levels of this game, and I mean, my frame rate's taken a bit of a hit, but I don't know, I think this is pretty cool. Ophelia3213, thank you very much for the subscription. I do appreciate the support. Now, we've upgraded to the Fat Man Straight Sword, which has incredible godlike power, and I can do just about anything now. Oh, hang on a moment. I'm getting a call on Discord. I'm getting a call on Discord from the internet's most trusted lore scholar and source of Dark Souls metaphysical analysis and writing science, as well as America's #1 smallest gamer, Dr. Lori Hoffman. I guess I gotta pick this up. Hello?
Hey.
Hi. How can I help you? I mean, the interview's up. I've
What are you doing?
I mean, I'm playing Dark Souls. I mean,
No, you're not.
I'm not gonna have to pay you extra for this, am I? What do you mean I'm not?
You're playing Picross. Do you see?
I see Dark Souls.
Do you see at the top left of the screen where it says Picross?
I see at the top left of the screen where it shows my soul counter.
Do you see those funny little letters that spell out Picross at the top left of the screen?
I mean, I assumed that was just a status effect I took.
You signed a document.
I did.
You wrote an agreement.
I did.
We exchanged the currency.
We did.
And you're not playing Dark Souls. You made me take time from my busy schedule. I just had to go pick up my children from Beef Law School. And I come back excited to see you playing Dark Souls. I know you had work to do.
Right.
To get ready.
I spent a long time getting ready for this.
Did you see how it just said Pick Cross? Did it like from Picross the game?
I mean, I thought that was weird, but I assumed that was just a new update that I wasn't aware of.
I don't know what you think you're doing, but like you cut me off in the middle of my interview. I was gonna talk about how Dark Souls is a series, is a metaphor for Disney Pixar's A Bug's Life, and it's related to the feud between Steve Jobs and Jeffrey Katzenberg. But you're playing Picross like this is some kind of big funny joke.
I'm playing Dark Souls. I had exclusive.
Why don't you click on one of those stages and see what happens?
Oh, okay. I had exclusive pre-alpha footage of Dark Souls that I showed off. This is the real deal.
So what you're looking at here, this is so you're looking at a Picross grid. Again, you look in the top left, it says Picross. Also, I noticed you're on some sort of capture card for a Nintendo Switch device.
Correct.
So you could just play Dark Souls Remastered on the Nintendo Switch. You have
I am playing Dark Souls Remastered.
No, you're playing Picross. I know you think that this is probably funny, like this is a cool joke.
No,
but
frankly,
I gave up my first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh marriages for Dark Souls.
Frankly, I'm kind of shocked at these allegations. I would do no such thing. I am a newfound fan of the Dark Souls series. I am happy to show it off to an audience. I have been waiting a long time to play this game, and now you tell me it isn't even Dark Souls!
Holly, I've sent you a picture of myself. Oh. Are you looking at it?
I am.
Do you see how angry and scared I am? Do you see how red and skull-like I am in appearance?
Oh, Jesus, for everyone who's not in this call right now, I must tell you, she is very red and skull-like in appearance.
This is because I'm disgusted. You've promised these people Dark Souls, and you've given them a big poo-poo pee-pee falsehood. That's me. That's what I look like. I look like that.
Just... Let me solve one more level, just to validate your claims here. You
don't solve levels in Dark Souls.
You
You
do!
understand that, right?
There's difficult combat encounters that you learn to progress through over time through many deaths and repeated encounters.
Yes, that is Dark Souls.
It's a puzzle
What you're describing
game.
is not what you're doing right now. You're putting squares in a number grid. It's different.
I'm casting Pyromancy spell!
Where? Show me the pyromancies. Show me your menu that selects the pyromancies. Where are your swords and armor?
It's right here, do you see?
Do you remember when we talked about when we read the Wikipedia article and it talked about all the different items, the dungeons and areas, the levels?
Right, and the eggs, and the getting your soul level higher every day through puzzles
And the shadow
interactions,
dwarves?
And the shadow dwarves! I would never forget the shadow
None
dwarves!
of these things are present.
But they're right here.
No, those are squares.
I'm sorry, I just...
There aren't any squares in Dark Souls, Holly. Dark Souls doesn't have any shapes.
These are very, very serious claims you are making, and I'll need just a second to validate that, because I'm a little in over my head right now. I need to be honest with you, and
Please
frankly-
complete this level, and we'll see what happens.
Okay. I'll show you. This is Dark Souls.
Please, I want to see.
Oh.
I told you. There are no toasters in Dark Souls, Holly.
Oh no. Gotcha. I got you with the reverse trick. I played you for 4 hours and 30 minutes and made you think there wouldn't be any Dark Souls, and right at the end I get you with the reveal of the actual Dark Souls playthrough date and time. I did it. You all fell for my trick. Skizix the Beast Mage, oh Christ no, the amount of work I had to put into this just to wrangle everything in OBS, get people together to pull this off, and to evidently not verify enough that my capture card plays right with OBS. I don't have the time to do that again. I don't have an idea to do that again. I'm just gonna fucking play Dark Souls at the end of the week. Manny Luma, thank you for the bit. I will not be reading the manual again. A lot of you have stuck around right up until the end, and frankly, I'm really impressed. I thought by the time we'd get here, we'd have like sub 100 because everyone would have been fucking tired of me just reading shit. I'm glad you're all here, though. I'm glad you stuck around. I'm glad this fucking worked off in the end, because I spent a long time agonizing over this dumbass idea. This idea I have literally had in the back of my brain for 3 months. And I was terrified that you would all fucking hate it. And I'm glad to know I was probably wrong. You all fell for my trick! Excalibur with the $3 tip!
In shock, Tim scared the cognitive dissonance of what is and isn't Dark Soul is unraveling me.
Me too, Excalibagel.
God fucking bless you, Holly, you absolute madwoman.
It was easy to scare and trick you all. This presumes that none of you saw this coming. Oh no! I'm sure it was completely obvious that this was coming, but that's part of the joke.
The only bad part of this strict stream was the troll face.
I don't know what you're talking about, it's good. So, as we have reached the end of this stream for the night, we have already read the privacy policy. Wait, no, we haven't.
Yet.
I'm not reading that. I don't know where I would find it. It turns out reading, like, documentation and Wikipedia articles for 4.5 hours straight is exhausting. And Gremlin with a $4.50 tip.
$1 an hour is good pay, right?
That's pretty good, I'd say. Yeah. As we have reached the end of the stream, Face Full of Bugs with the 5 gift subs. Thank you very much. There are some special thanks I need to give, because getting this whole stream running was a whole goddamn thing. I'll be honest. So special thanks to Lori and Brady, two very good friends of mine who played the parts of my Dark Souls lore scholar and my Dark Souls speedrunner, Blue Hawk with a $20 tip.
My trust has been betrayed, how dare you?
Oops, got him. You can find Lori over at Sex Warlocks on Twitter and Extremely Lori on Twitch. You can find Brady at Wicked Wild Soul on Twitter and Rampaging Harvester on Twitch. They're both very, very good dear friends of mine, and I thank them very much for putting up with my last-minute nonsense as I spun my wheels on getting them the interview questions.
Thank you for this excellent dose of concentrated chaos.
Chadri with the $1.69 tip. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. Special thanks as well to, the 55 Shapes from Astro Bowie fan. You really just came back to this, holy fuck, you were literally out of breath from laughing. It's 10 p.m, can't wake up your family right now, please. I am so sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you, of course, to Mike, aka Spagoner, for the incredible art. I commissioned him to draw the art for the stream announcement and the secret one, which you have all seen.
Taken the air from my lungs, amazing.
Ebby Maru with the $10 tip, and also me snatching the air right out of your lungs. It's mine now. I'm breathing it. Oh, fuck yeah. Daisy Push with the subscription. Thank you very much for the support. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Some more shoutouts. The crew, Wayne, Balp, Master Gur, Catherine, the gang, for, letting me bounce ideas off of them.
I regret none of the time I spent here.
Tula Rose, thank you for the $3 tip. I really appreciate it. For allowing me to bounce these dumb ideas off of them, and for them helping me, wrangle OBS and learn how this program works, which I should probably know how to use, considering it's going to be part of what is allegedly my job now. Special thanks as well to my good friend Rachel. She is CybirdPunk on Twitter. That's like cyberpunk, but with bird instead of cyberpunk. I'm gonna just put that in the chat. CybirdPunk, that's it, on Twitter. And Queen Gwendolyn on Twitch. I have been watching her do Dark Souls playthroughs for a little while now. She's very smart. She knows a whole lot about this game's lore. She has made me realize that Gwendolyn is a really cool character. If you want actual Dark Souls lore content, she has been doing playthroughs recently where she goes through the series and talks about the lore, the main storyline, a lot of the side stories, things like that. My trick, thank you Ashinu for the $1 tip. She, I believe, has recently finished that playthrough and has uploaded it to her YouTube. You can get the links to that on her Twitter. Also, Rachel is the author of Heart of the Woods, which, as I gushed about briefly in the beginning of the stream, is one of my favorite visual novels of all time. It's really good. You should buy it. It's on sale. It's gay. It's got good stuff in it.
Holly, if you were anyone else, I would have left, but I stayed because you're just that great.
Thank you, Kendra, for the $1.69 tip. I'm glad people stuck around for this. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed to me tonight and who subscribed to me before tonight's cast. I am surprised that 50 people decided they were going to subscribe to me before I even went live with my first stream after having hit affiliate. There is definitely more to come. I appreciate the continued support, and I hope you look forward to more to come. Rizzle221 with the 420.
Please play more Picross, it was actually fun to watch.
I mean, if you actually want to watch me play more Picross, I'd be more than happy to stream it sometime. Maybe, on a random morning, I'll make myself a nice drink and play some Picross for folks to hang out in. Thank you to everyone who was gifted subs tonight. There was a whole lot of you, and it was extremely generous. I am still kind of overwhelmed, frankly. Joey Ravioli with the $4.50 tip.
I decided to play Dark Souls today to get my brain in the right space. I've been betrayed. Thank you.
You fell for my trick. I'm so sorry. Lycadius with a subscription. Thank you very much for the support. Thank you everyone who tipped to the stream tonight. Everyone who gave bits. I threw up a little donation goal because I thought, okay, let's see, how much I'm able to earn off this so that if I can see if I can make this a regular thing. You have completely annihilated all of my expectations. And I mean, I know this probably isn't going to happen too regularly because I don't expect people to give me almost $600 every time I go live and read a Wikipedia article. And there's 5 more.
We love you, you fucking troll.
Thank you, K-Fox, for the tip. I appreciate it. But the financial support really does mean a lot to me. As I said earlier this week and at the beginning of the stream, I am going to be leaving my current job. Mr. Dunks, thank you for the tip.
This was worth skipping work to watch. Sure hope I don't get fired. Await an email from my boss one day.
Mr. Dunks, oh no. But this is very encouraging in terms of how well this might go in the future. Having more time to work on future projects that I won't have to rush at the goddamn last minute will be exciting. My next big one is going to be my Bionicle lore stream, which is coming eventually. Ben Folds 1 with the 5 gift subs. Thank you very much for that. And a final thank you, a final special thanks to viewers like you. The stream literally would not be anything if you had not turned in. Even if you had not, or would not, have been able to do any sort of financial support, you just being here and enjoying the stuff I'm putting out into the world, at the end of the day, I think makes it all worth it. I sound like I'm a fucking PBS broadcast. Special contributions from viewers like you.
I reinstalled the game and made a character just to invade and roll off a cliff, and I can't believe I got so
Smug Ladies, thank you for the $6 tip. You're still free to do that on Friday. I'm going to actually play on Friday.
So how many Bionicles did Dr. Kuma have?
Endrov with the $7 tip, thank you very much, I appreciate it. Tune in to the Bionicle lore stream whenever that happens for exclusive Dr. Coomer secrets. That's not a joke, that's not a bit. I promise I will give exclusive Dr. Coomer secrets during my Bionic Corner. It's not the Bionic Corner, that's I'm not gonna ape Trog's bit. But yeah. Let's go over the fucking list of subscribers and see if I can reasonably get through all of them. Holy shit, that's a big number. I don't think it's against TOS to, say how many subscriptions I got. Y'all, I got 295 today. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why? I appreciate it. I'm overwhelmed. My god. Ebimaru, Dragon Types, Donut Secret 1, Dude Snack, NDI Move 65, Excalibagel, Like a Dees, Dr. Nick, Devuri, Dr. Maid, Dib Membranes, Rowan Salamander, Gamabi, Daisy Punch, Ophelia 3213, Grandpa Piss, The Ray Zone, Big Slappin' Cowboy Nuts, Sleepy Pink, Sprite Cans, Peppermint Moth, Starlit Night, AFK Werewolf, Mojibaka and Gremlin Devno27, Chineris, Frogwires, Monochromatenko, A Real Crocodile, Cryptid Code, C0333, Corvid __ Curly Sparkle, Stupid Monkeys with Z, Crow Beaks, Roxy Socks, Epitask, Phantasmagorical Lich, Claire 5000, Ben Folds 1 with 5 gift subs, that's for Elvis, OG, Ogenmu, Dull Knight, Duck Tummy 1, and Eklund, Comrade Ellie, Cinemachine, Solar Scotty, Van Gale, Overtone SSB, Doug from Heart of Darkness, Chaz Hay, Affable Giraffe, Fellrender, Cowboy Pizza, Exelion, Shake33, Trans Valentine, Mystery Druids with a subscription, Greg Knack, Mr. Nebulous, Mysterious Murasame Castle, Lonely Mentality, Super Stobo, Amzar, The Melon Lad, Spaghetto Depressi, Fish for Brain, Dr. Code MD, Catna, Sharkwaves, Swiftly Grizz, Meme Thief, Spaghetti Baby 99, Fandom Hop, Zero Bellios, Cat de la Mer, Tafini, Old Man Henderson, Nagums, Min Snouda, Fishitar, Captain Harry, German Waffle 1945, Robological, Pocket Witch 64, Wet Spaghetti, I like that one, Artium, Brenty Wen TAGC, Miss C Mess, Shassimer, Whip the Cheese, Beckovania, King of Kings, Knitting Squid, The Ruby Cookies, Ayame Hound, Sparty McFly, Ezio Eagle, Tallwind, Skeleton, my goodness, T-Tots, Teen Wolf Dad, Swoofa, Subject 27, I want to say, Sunkiss the Perfect Dog, Stigi Molox, Spongy Cloud, Killer Queen 6120, Irame, Goblin Crimes, Juan Leon 965, Cthulhu Calamari, Bunny Knot, Ophia 358, Temunade, Princess Kaiba, Sternling, Turing P just now with the sub, thank you so much, The Ducking Tool, Smug Ladies, Chindoodle, Wayne Radio TV, Techno P, Punkipine, X-Ray Beeb, Abomination Zero, Stu the Great, Bad Poetry. I'm gonna put a fucking song on for this. Hang on. As we were. Bad Poetry, Duck Messiah, Nay Dessinine, Shroomich, Solo Fight 15, Cliff Burr, HSD Tiltich, R Iridian 159, The Fool Tarot, The Rambling Mang, The Magic Mew, Fizz Molly Water, Close Your Eyes, Look at the Mountains, Chiroptera, Crusty Clarinet, Senria, Tie-Dye Tie-Guy, Luigi's Big Muscles, Starry Dome, Snow Galaxy, Gentle Ghosts, Turbo Marisa, Weedman the Third, Forcefulon with the sub, thank you so much, Corey, I appreciate it. Queen Cookie, Matt's Kitchen 67, Calvin F10, Quibinary, Soul Pirate, LJE123, Spastic Sprocket, Ox Ranos, Mimica, Trash Pail, Wraithakin, Real Game Mergirl, that's a powerful name, Zapizza Man, Diplomatic, Umeister, Zakale, Yamanox, Ashinu, RNG AIDS Pearly, probably Renegade Pearly now that I think about it, Chairman Stein, Applica, Inviting Quill 36, Tetro 25, Zoroark 720, Stinking Bell, Risev or Ris3V, Yepsy, that's a illegal cola, don't drink that, Illegal Bizzle, that's another illegal name, John Quill, Lucy Cloudberry, Rywood, Malcolm 93, Birch Logs, Actually Cyber, Melody Burst, Murdoch Pickles, Flumberjack 4237, Mountain Dew V, Distressed Uso, Atomic, Wisp Stargazer, Yaimauga, Squidly SQ, I assume that's Squidly Esquire, Sylv Tomst, Jim Jam, Supplify, Prefab Quasar, Morio Fem, Sleepy Squiddy, Garlic Water, Cowie Gosto, that's my favorite character from Granblue Fantasy, and also Symphocio, CFD1312, Swash and Such, Thundor 087, Zot TG, Button Mash 32, Murava, Glunkius, Frenzy Fighter, MJC 170701, Die Robots, Pori Out, Puny Missile, Ben Folds 1, Buntaparse, Rainbow Fission, Speedblade 03, Ominashi, Frick Shamer, Newt Magoot, Swamp Troggle, Liquid 5, Longmore, Relaxed Aria, Balp, Joyce Techno Shrine, Glitch Twig, Sheeper Screepers, Hubble Blubble, Chimera Hound, Caramel, Human Animal Hybrid, Oh God What 9, Rocketman 210, Det Sammy, Sneaky Death, Spacey, Doll of Angel, Lux 6594 2666, Nelchromancer, Hallway Sarah, Mushroom Wife, Boxhead Paint, Tick Fleeto, Friends of Mob Stream, Prison Scourge, Blue Hawk 54, Seal Indeed, Steve Simulation, Beef Chunks, Omega Aesthetic, Iota 00, Shrimp Toast 2000, Like Mayfly, Superior, Aquacure, Turning Gears, Hull Wolf, Soda Pop Sergeant, Mist Heart 101, Stealth Deacon, Eve Excelsior, Corpse Felines, Protocut, Georu, Whale Stream, that's a strong one, Maria Clock Tower, Lil X Danish, Mavis Beacon, Erard, Piss Boy, Me Mixtape, Game Middles, Sheep Sloth, Envy Sludge, Rare Underwater Fish, Catbag, KFox97, James Tremblay, The Voids, Seishi, J Victor FL, Girls Are Good, They Are Good, Glitter Hiss, Icy14, Rabbits and Roses, Dad Dragos, Begoner, Scruffy64, Friendly Frankenstein, Student Council President, Extremely Lori, Sins, Shiro Nekahai, Greco Prime, Space Junko, Char Girl Wizard, Cool Kid Lamb Chop, El Fluffo, Video Chess, Orang Twitch, and Sir Dipping Sauce. And that's all the subs from today. Thank you all so much for the support. Thank you to everyone who donated. I read the donation names as they came up, so I'm not going to do that again to myself. Oh my god. The stream is over. Let's find someone to raid. Let's fucking keep this energy going. Fuck yeah. Who is live? Where are we dropping? Oh shit, is Sophie live? Oh shit, is my friend Sophie live? Let me check. She does not appear to be. Okay. Wait, unless... Hang on, let me just search for this. Maybe it's not coming up. Maybe I missed it. She is live. Okay. Okay! Hang on just a moment. Let me stop the music here. Twitch.tv/SophieBaby. Drop into the stream. Send a message. Apologies in advance. Okay! What's our raid message? Oh, I know what our raid message is. Hang on, I'll put it in chat. Let me just get, Why is it not letting me host her stream? There we go. Okay. I have our raid message. It is the True Dark Souls. Starts here. You have your mission. See it through. Once more into the breach.